think threemares got a hold of Dad's credit card last night. Gifted 20 subs. So we got to put 20 subs on the board to kick off today. This is, by the way, this is a sunrise set from Metronomic, which is, I really like his sunrise sets. When he just chills out and does whatever. Yeah, we got 20 subs to go in. I wonder how long that took. I didn't even notice it happen. I had no warning.
Good morning.
Stop talking. I really feel like I'm actually being mean to Metronomic Live when I skip over him talking. Need a gift sub animated emote. I need to do animated emotes, I know. I've been concentrating on this. I've been babysitting 3D prints for 3 days. Oh, I need to turn on the lights. Set up lights toggle. Oh, turn that one off. Uh-oh, that one's gonna be discombobulated. Well, that's why I have another button here. I can go into, my desk turned off too. Desk toggle, and then, oh no, the stand should be off because we're in this scene. The desk is on, but it decided between turning off and turning back on that it would fully dim itself. Okay, let's see. So we're going to burn the subs. We're gonna put up 20 subs right now because of threemares. There's a fortune cookie in the way. Hold on. Gotta move some stuff over here. Gotta move some stuff. I think I got a good strategy for how we're gonna be putting together all the paneling on this thing. I just need to... Today we're gonna vet it out, see what it's like. I need to do a couple little things here and there, and we'll get to Fusion 360 and designing some what do you call it? Blah 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 blah. Oh yeah, designing some of the side panels that'll hold up the fans. That one I have to bust out by a couple millimeters in order to fit. That one needed an extra 2 millimeters so that it would fit the fans, and then we gotta choose a direction for the fans. I think they should probably exhaust out. Although that means cool air isn't really gonna get to where it needs to go. But that would also mean warm air is wafting in. I don't really know. I mean, I guess I could stagger them. That means my wiring might not fit. So many considerations when there's no space to work in. My God, what is up with this camera? This camera doesn't see motion, then it freaks out. Like what? So going up on the board, we have... Wait, the threemares gift didn't even show up in Streamlabs. It just shows Nate lift. Huh. Welcome to the board, whoever that was. Next up we have, whoever this is. Somebody is over beard. On the infamous Santa name, Blind Via. Welcome to the board, thanks to threemares. 20 gifted subs. Oh, we're local. We're local. This one's going by St. Wiggly, who I need to catch up with. I haven't heard from St. Wiggly since you guys saw him in chat last. MCQ8, welcome to the board. Thanks to threemares and a big bolus of gift subs that I really appreciate. It was unexpected. I think. Nope. Ah! Who the fuck is calling on the phone in the middle of the... hello? Thank you for choosing MasterCard, Visa, and Discover. Hang up. Sony Dollar! Welcome to the board. It's freaking out. Jeez. Oh, I might need to restart this computer soon. It's not gonna get it until after stream, but man. One card to rule them all. Yeah, right? What was that? It's when the CFG83, welcome to the board. That was a short name. Hey, Baloo, how you doing? Welcome to the board. Thanks to threemares. Threemares gifted 10 subs over the night, so I am now burning them up onto the board. Thank you. Appreciate it. But yeah, the camera flips out when there's not motion on screen. Like if I just look at nothing, I don't know what it is about the black and white that or not black and white, but just like the names and the brown of the board and the amount of light, and probably more likely the amount of extensions that I have on the camera cable. I'm excited about the computer build now because the lessons that I'm learning in building it, I'm going to apply to the Stream PC rack mount case. Anything is possible with these friggin' 3D printers, right? Anything's possible. Star Trek replicator. I could print food. I could make it out of food. It could be a food computer. What? Why did it draw it that way? I don't remember making it do H's in a weird way like that. Tomahawk za! Or Tomahawk ZA. G9. Welcome to the board. Thanks to the threemares. Oh my god, have we been through 20 yet? It seems like we're far past. I can't wait to automate all the camera work. Can't wait. Got sidetracked because I wanted to improve my computer setup, which the lessons that I'm learning on the computer setup are of course going to translate over to Burn the Subs. I have developed a style. We'll see whether or not I can get it to work. Means I'm probably gonna have to buy more purple filament. I did that just to use up purple filament. Big Wave! Oh my god, it's Big Wave. Everyone should be watching Big Wave, especially instead of my stream. In fact, abandon me completely and go sub to Big Wave. Turn over your entire life to that man. No, how's it going, Big Wave? How are you? I am sweaty. It is humid as shit in this room right now. Leb, no. Big Wave is awesome. You guys should definitely check him out. I've lurked a few times. But my week is going well because I've kind of discovered how I'm going to be putting together all of this stuff, which will be great. Having developed a style that I can follow now. Heck, that oh bother is the best. You can't use that language in here. You're banned. Has the past 2 weeks without a gaming PC been hell? My chair, my gaming PC chair has one of the tall pistons in it, so I've been able to use it at the stream PC, but it's a little lower. So I've been getting used to having a taller table, and then because I'm an indomitable fat ass, when I sit on that chair, the wheels, which are rollerblade wheels, which should move very easily on the floors, don't because of the larger pillar. So when I sit on the chair, it like locks itself in place. And so I'll try to scoot around and position myself, and I have to like lean back in the chair to distribute my weight evenly on all 5 of the casters. It is horrible. So yes, it's been hell, but for weird reasons. And I've wanted to play Mass Effect. I've been playing that on my own in the background. This is like a decompression, and I haven't been able to. This computer is a GTX 970, so potentially I could put it on this computer, but I don't know. It's more incentive for me to finish this project. I really have been working on it like 24/7 at different paces. It's been an adjustment, but I do this every couple of years where I'll just like tank my entire setup in order to work on something that I want to. Gunnier was famously very angry at me for in the middle of one of our Minecraft playthroughs, I embarked on this project for the power supply. Big Wave 8! Welcome to the board. You're right by Djibouti Show. Well, fancy that. That's a good little lineup right there. Murder Bits is also another person who streams. He puts a lot into his setup and how it sounds and looks and behaves. Big Wave 8, good streamer. Djibouti Show, great streamer. Stuff my butt with dicks. Well, that's a pastime. I don't know if they stream. I doubt it. Fatinon's right there, too. There's an OctoJ. That's a good little spot. Back to stealing somebody else's stream for my own background. Wow, Oh Bother has great production quality, mostly due to the fact that he plays really good music at the beginning of his stream. How does he possibly afford such great music that he can play for everyone that isn't copyrighted? What's up, T-Mister? Hope you had a good long weekend. I had an okay weekend. I didn't really get to relax. I didn't barbecue or anything like that. I was here. I was here working, but I made good progress. So I think I'm in a good place. Yeah, we'll get into this stuff once I get started. I still have to drill out that carbon fiber piece too, but we'll see where that gets to. I might do that on Wednesday or something. Music might need an update. Yeah, that's true. Nobody's really tried to use those commands, but I can go in and edit it. I found a pretty expensive craft beer from a place called Four Seasons Brewing Company. I still have those stickers. Yeah, T-Mister, you've been trying to learn Fusion. We got the 3D printing section, and we're probably going to be diving into a little bit of Fusion today. Not from scratch, although these designs were from scratch. But I'm going to be hopping in and trying to make mounts for the fans on the panels that I've already designed. $20 for 4 cans. 4 cans, like normal size cans, or like the big tall cans? I mean, at Four Seasons, there's a certain hilarity to that. Yoink. Guess don't see who's live that I'm following. It's been tough because a lot of the streamers that I want to watch, like, have either been playing Tarkov, which I don't really want to watch. Cough, cough, big wave. To each their own. I see the appeal in watching Tarkov, and it's fun to hang out, but I've had it up to here with a certain Swedish streamer playing it 75 hours a day for 2 years. Or they're playing the Mass Effect Definitive Edition. I've never played Tarkov. I thought that was in your title. Am I high? What did I wait? Or are you joking about that? I can't tell sarcasm. But yeah, or they're playing Mass Effect, and it's like, I'm already playing Mass Effect. I don't want to watch Mass Effect and then play Mass Effect. It's like, I'm gonna pour this in a glass for some reason. Went to Wawa earlier just because I needed caffeine. I woke up at 7 a.m. shot awake after getting to bed way too late at night. But I think I'm gonna stick on that wake up time. I'm gonna try to keep the 7 a.m. going because I don't know. It's not a game you play. Oh man, what the fuck? Who was it then? I could have sworn it was somebody else then. I'm gonna get to the bottom of this. And move this glass before I knock it over. Twitch TV / Big Weave. That's a lot of hair. Nope. Don't play audio. Nope. What remains of Edith? Okay, so you haven't. What the hell did I see then? Oh my god. It might have been one of those things where like I mouse over one and then it skips to the other one. Tarnish the little dignity I have. No! Alright, so Big Wave doesn't ever... He didn't play it. It might have been something where I was mousing over one person and then the other. Alright. I have nothing to print right now. I've finished the prints, and we need to design the side panel. One word, dementia. It's on its way. It's definitely on its way. Wow, I definitely want this prime actually, House Flip is kind of fun. No, I'll just go to their webpage if I really want it. Go away. Did you know that there was a little Xbox in the upper right corner of the Prime Gaming loot bin, and you could just destroy them? Bop. You can tell it's humid because I am actually sweaty. I have a fan on me and I'm still sweaty. I'm looking a little bit like a hobo. I need to do this. Typically you should trim the beard like every day, every other day, but I've been lax in my duty. I've had duty. Trim, yeah, man. Dude, okay. Unless you want to look like that fucking new Wojak meme. What the hell does he look like? What's that one called? I also may look like a wizard, yeah. Loving the thermal cam in purple? Yeah, that's what convinced me to use purple for the PC build. I like my purples and my oranges. So, blue and orange would have been another one, but like, yeah, like this. This is the look if you don't trim your beard. I don't know why there's purple under his eyes, and somebody added snot. You should trim the beard. You should trim the beard. I guess it depends on how it depends on how it grows in, but whatever. But whatever. Manscaped sponsor. No, I'll tell you what. If you still shave your face, that's fine. Get the like drug dealer razors, the ones that are like the 1980s drug dealer razors with like the little cutout in the middle, and they're like super thin. They're very, very cheap. You can find them on like Amazon or whatever, and get them from the Germans because they're really good at making sharp razor blades. And then get one of the ones that you twist and it opens up, and you put the razor down and it closes on it. And then learn how to be careful when shaving, because it's not a safety razor. You can't just rake it over all your skin, or else you're going to be missing a couple layers. I did that once before a job interview. I accidentally nicked way too much, and I was just like bleeding from the face. It was horrible. I got the job. I ended up working there for a year or two, but like Japanese ones are the shit. I would trust them as well. I think, yeah, that would be interesting. But I've only had a chance to try one, but you buy them in packs of like 1,000 for $30. So you've got a shit ton of razors in case you want to start like a coke habit. And then, yeah, they're practically disposable. You get one of those bathroom mirrors where there's a hole for you to dispose of the sharp razor blades, and the hole just leads behind the drywall. Have you guys seen that? There was a Reddit thread about that. There was a bathroom mirror, and it had a hole to dispose of razor blades, and it was just a hole. It was just a hole. It just led into the interspace between walls. Imagine the surprise of the guy redoing your drywall. Yeah, it's terrifying, I know. You're basically arming the mice in your house. Wicked Edge, if you really want to go down a rabbit hole of shaving. Yeah, Pariah, the fellow who's like a long time friend of mine, who only seems to populate the Discord. I've never once seen him leave a comment on Twitch. But he got really into that, like stropping the straight razor and stuff. Whew. The house I bought had that. It was built in 1930. Oh my god. Old razors make great insulation. Yeah, like the bugs. I saw a cockroach the other day and it pulled a shank on me. We gotta stop putting razor blades on the wall. Oof. Ooh. Yeah, any subreddit is basically that ProZD meme where he's talking about water. He pretty much nailed what any hobby forum or subreddit is all about. Look at this champion with his French press. Champignon. Straight razors look so cool, but I don't trust myself. Yeah, I've had barbers use the straight razor on the back of my neck, and I'm like, oh my god, and it like, man. It's a good shave. It lasts several days. Getting molecularly close to my skin is not, and also, if I shave, you guys know I will look completely cursed. Nobody's used to me without the beard now. I'm kind of locked into it, maybe for the rest of my life. Who knows? If I shave the beard, you will see exactly how fat I am, which I don't like. I can't shape my own, you know. There we go. That's a jawline right there. I have a good jawline, but whatever. I look like a water balloon if I shave my face. I cannot imagine beardless bother. I don't think I have the picture. I don't think I can find the picture on my network right now. Yeah, I have a picture from back in the day. I wonder if I got it over here. Hold on. I think I have it on my phone. This is going to be really cursed, you guys. This is going to be really cursed. Just you wait. I got to go into my photo archive and figure out where the hell they are. Let's go back to the directory. Let's look way down here from like 500,000 years ago. Oh god, how many years ago was this? Where the hell is that picture? Hold on. Hold on! No. I don't think so. Let's look. These are some old pictures, man. Nope. Not finding it. Hold on. Is it in my download? Download. 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 Neil Breen, what are you doing here? Neil Breen, what are you doing here? Nope. I don't have the picture anymore. Oh well, you guys don't get to see Beardless Father. He doesn't exist. He's not real. He's not real. Beardless Father doesn't exist. You've never seen him. You have no idea. Blurst Father. No, that's me. That's just what I look like. You guys are mean. You guys are sick. Gross. It's just gross. Oh, hey, it's the old thermal cam and webcam setup. Old one. Drunken sweater collar. Yeah. That wasn't a good look. That sweater was too small. I thought I looked good in it in the year 2006. It's Neil Breen. It's something to do with the missing pictures. It's a conspiracy. The government. I was sent here from space to... No, it's a friend of mine. He went to a Neil Breen event in Philly. It was... I'm trying to think. It was, I think, a couple years before the pandemic, come to think of it. But I never got a call from him. He just sent me a... I think I've seen that face on a wanted poster. I look like your typical Pennsylvania kind of wide farm person without the beard. I'd rather go mountain man and grow the beard, but yeah, I look like a farmer if I shave it. My face is too round, apparently, unless I lost a lot of weight and then it gets pointy. All right, Metronomic Live. Thank you. I really appreciate having this to play because, I don't know, DMCA is getting scary. I don't want to pay for a service yet. I don't make enough for that yet. Probably. If I run the numbers, maybe I could justify it, but it is a big expense. And I like the peace of mind. Anyway, so we've been working on the PC. If you guys haven't noticed, it's become all of my content for time immemorial. I've got all these parts now sitting over here that are 3D printed. The reason is because this became a project that I can really sink my teeth into. This has been a lot of fun. What I can do is take all of the stuff that typically looks kind of janky when you build your own stuff, and I can hide it behind 3D prints. I did not get a 6900 XT. I probably could, but you just have to twist the knife, don't you? You just have to twist that knife. All right, stream's canceled for the rest of the week. Yeah, anyway, I wasn't able to do any of that. Have I tested the PC yet? I've been running this PC since 2015 in its current configuration. So there's nothing too special. The prices are still dropping. The availability isn't. I'm trying to get a Founders Edition. I would like to buy an MSRP Founders Edition. That's kind of where I've put my foot down on that. And they are available once every month for a minute, and then they're all gone. I could run on eBay right now and probably get one pretty cheap from a scalper, but I don't have to, and I'm not going to support that. The 1080 FTW is still fine. Works great. I don't need to upgrade. I don't need a new graphics card. So yeah, still doing the PC upgrade. It's not really a PC upgrade. I keep calling it that, but that's kind of a slip of the tongue. This would be a case mod. That's what we're doing. That's purely what we're doing. We're doing a case mod. And so my previous case, you guys have seen it. It looks like a VCR. It's made out of Makerbeam. It is 2 squares. It's a cube. It's a VCR. It looks like a VCR. And then I use Speaker Grill in order to do all the gratings on everything. Now that Speaker Grill was fairly restrictive in terms of like, well, only by comparison. It wasn't as high flow, for instance, as this mesh is advertised. The mesh that I got is repainted high flow straining mesh from a car company that completely and utterly dominates the searches. So if you search for hex mesh nowadays, you get 500 results from this one company. I don't like that, because back in the day, I remember this stuff being for sale at like an overclocking forum or one of those like smaller PC stores. It's really humid in here, guys. My hair is going to be like insane today. Yeah, it's all SEO game, right? Well, so what I've been doing is I've been figuring out a way to cover over, to kind of hide all of the weird stuff, all the bad cuts and stuff that you make when you do something like this. Fabrication is a lot of planning, not a lot of cutting, and a lot of being careful. And I'm bad at two of those. So what I've been doing is using the 3D printer to hide things, and it's actually working pretty well. You guys don't even see it because I've hid everything. Let's take a look at what I've done so far, and then we can get into what we're working on. I can finish some of the panels. We're gonna get a good idea of what this thing's gonna look like today, and then we can plan out the rest of it. So we've got actual stuff to do today. It's fun. Let's get started. We can just hang out while I do my work. It's starting. See, basically what's happening right now is things are starting to railroad. I'm starting to have a fixed path to my goal at this point. And I'm fighting off other ideas, like for instance, printing out panels like this for the cutout in the fiber plate, so all of the wires go into little panels that are marked out. I'm gonna have to do some real soul searching to figure out whether or not I want to do that. Real tradespeople excel at hiding mistakes. Yeah, that's what I'm starting to learn, man. So yeah, I have, oh god, which one's the new one? Which one's the old one? Uh-oh. Oh, this is the new one. Okay, this is, how'd that one get in there? I've got too many of these panels. This one has printed out too many times, and it was before I invented this style. I am not going to stylize this panel. It's a utility panel. I could bump out the corners, chamfer them, put a screw in each one. I could put a section of mesh in there. I don't think I'm gonna do it right now, because we need to kind of move forward with the design. What I've already produced is this first go at my idea for how I'm going to be framing these things. So let's get a bit of a closer look over here. Bit of a closer look. So the panels of this thing are Makerbeam. They are clear anodized, which means they're slightly more expensive, and they have a 10mm profile. Well, the thing is, I've let some of the project creep in, and I think we've benefited from it. So my idea is, first of all, keep the style of the chamfer, keep the top layer the visible thing so that you get the hatching on it, you get that texture. Mid-span, I'm putting 2 screws that attach the top and the bottom layer, wedge the grating in, and hold down these expanses, these spans. Little problem with that, though. Screw in the corner goes in, span gets held down. There's a 2mm back end on this, by the way. It's a 2mm back end, and this lifts up. When this presses on the other side, it pushes it down. This becomes sort of an archway. So I tried gluing this one down, and it didn't really work all that well. The problem with it was I have a 1mm cutout in this thing, so that 1mm goes under and 1mm of this goes over, and what that does is it just pinches it, and so the whole thing just does this. So that's the first mistake. Second mistake is that this overhang right here required support material to print in order to keep this as the top layer. So in order to preserve the look, this had to be the top layer. It became all janky because it's a small part and it's got a little bit of support on that edge. That edge is like warped upwards. And then under it, the surface is a layer that's over support material, so it's rough. It's a little bit more, it's expanded out a little bit. And so that doesn't make it the best fit in the world. So instead, I've redesigned that system, and I'm hoping it works out. We're gonna take a look at it today once I get the rest of these parts together. What I've decided to do is, instead of a tiny overlap on this thing, oh, are you ready? Okay, there we go. Instead of a tiny overlap, the whole thing is just going to be one big piece that fits in the corner there. So on the end, if I can find the part, here, let's close this. these just have these two little fingers that come out and meet that part. So that part is going to press down on the grating out here, hold these two, I guess, at a distance from one another, and push down on this back end here. And I'm hoping that that's going to be the solution for this. I'm hoping that's going to work out. I don't really want to do anything more complicated because this 3D print takes like 4 hours. For one corner, it takes 4 hours. So it's like 16 hours for the whole thing. It's just time. It's just time. Ah! But yeah, that's the idea. And I don't know, the variant of it worked out okay. I tried to glue it, and then the super glue clouded up all over, so there's sections of this that are a bit cloudy. But this gives an idea of what it's going to look like, and I'm actually pretty happy with that look. On this panel, it's hard to tell because it's fairly minimalistic. Like, this doesn't take up a very large percentage of the rest of it, but this is much more open than it was before, and it's quiet. It doesn't rattle around. So I'll reprint and redesign. You know, I'll print out the parts that are already in the computer for this one, but not yet. We got to move on to the other panels. So let's take a look at one of the other panels. And I guess let me get the computer over here and we'll start assembling it and see if we can get something together for the side panels and we can see what they look like. Because that'll give us a good impression of what the whole computer is looking like. And I've saved that for you guys because I wanted you guys to be here for it. Also, these are way less warped, the side pieces. They're just as straight up on the bed, fully printed. You know, there's a little bit of weirdness to it, but you kind of roll with that. Prediction, the longer parts will be twisted and the straight to joiner edge will be all effed up. You'll still have to glue them together. But I don't know about that. We'll see. It's really the cut in the edge of the hexagon panel that's where all the unevenness comes from. That and the fact that this printed like this with support all along the inner rim. So this is just busted out a little bit. It's a 2mm trough, and this stuff measures out at 1.7mm. So, you know, there's a little wiggle room, but it might have taken up a little too much of the wiggle room. But again, we'll see. We shall see. So yeah, let me get these parts over here, get this thing on the desk, and then we can assess. Anyway, quit being such a doom and gloom. All of them have had to use glue stick. Do you think that's a prediction? I don't know how you'd word that, but all right, so let's put together the front panel. I need screws. I'm probably going to run out of screws. That's actually probably what's going to happen. I think I can use these. Might be able to use the long ones might be too long. These might not work. I don't know. We'll see. I should start using these larger sizes. We'll use these for the fans, but I did order two more packs of these screws, so those are coming in on Wednesday. I have no plans to build a filament recycler. I would like to, but I just don't have plans to do it. I don't know, Body Me, you know, the pace that you work on projects is like far and away greater than anyone else that I've ever seen. I can't do that many projects. I don't know how you do it, man. You got some stamina for projects. It's impressive. All right, let's see. Decently sized screwdriver. Get the light in a better position because I actually just tossed it in the corner to be out of the way. You just need ADHD to speed up. I guess. Oh, what is that? That's a weird... It's like it dropped some... Oh no, those are the marks on the print bed. Yeah, that ink is coming out. My print bed is almost completely smooth. Won't be such a negative Nancy. What if things work out? All right, so I'm gonna put together, I guess, the corner. We'll see if I need to trim any of this to avoid screws. But yeah, let's start putting this thing together and let's see what we get in the end. I found some of the screws in the pack aren't pan heads, they're button heads, and so I've had to filter them out. That was a rude awakening. That was a rude surprise. Yeah, I probably should have given these a little bit of a filleted edge so I could find the screw hole more easily. Oh, okay, that's fun. This is what's known as a diabetic hand cramp. Bloop, bloop. There we go. I have been working the punch. No, I've been working the support stuff off of these prints for the past 2 days, and what it is involved is taking a flathead screwdriver and going across this edge right here and prying it up and out, up and out, up and out for the whole thing. Ridiculous. The whole entire thing. And while the support structure snapped off, man, it is really, really, really attached on there. Here's what the edge looks like without the support structure on it. If I can find where we're looking, here we go. Yeah, it's just a bit of a rough edge. You just kind of plan for that edge being a little bit more rough and sticking out a little bit more. And I know everybody's pet printer does better. My printer does better. My printer can print your printer. My dad works at printer. I don't care. I don't care what your printer's like. This is just what mine's like. What's up, Angles? Me? Okay, woo, I've already mixed these up. That's not good. I've already mixed them up. They are different lengths. These go here. These go here. Okay, let's keep these together. There's a slightly different length from this one to this one. All right, so I'll do the corners first, and then I can slide the grating into it. And then the whole thing can just drop in. I don't know if it'll be able to drop in on that one. I think so. We'll see. Yeah, we're going to try not to, I mean, nothing, I'm going to try not to make everything on this perfect, you know? That's not, the goal of this isn't to make something perfect. I'm trying to redesign the outside of my PC case to be better. Design-wise, a little bit travel-wise, so that it can, you know, get from place to place without exploding. But the absolute perfection of this is not necessary. Is that all the way in? Now it is. There we go. Yeah, looking good. All right, let's get this side together. This is a very screw-heavy design. There's a lot of these things that are required to put this thing together, and I'm probably gonna run out. This is not no. This is not the new PC. I would like to be building the new PC. I've had trouble sourcing a graphics card like everyone else on the planet except for scalpers and Linus. So, you know, that PC is probably on hold. It pains me to say. This one still works. This was supposed to be a 2-day affair of cleaning out and it's doing light improvements, but it's become a whole thing because I discovered that I can 3D print panels for this thing. So tubes, not for the health points. Tubes will be for the current draw, but that's not going to come about immediately. That's just in there for placement. That will be part of the PC, and we'll have to figure out where it's going to go. And I'll design a like an enclosure that looks like this for it. But I'm not gonna try to finish that for this at this time. We'll just plan on it for the future, which means it'll never get done. Yeah, these are just straight up Nixie tubes, and then I've got the high voltage driver, the Russian BCD to Nixie, and then an Arduino knockoff on the back. They are indeed vacuum tubes. They're neon tubes, technically. Ooh, looks like I scarred up the front of this one. Well, oh well. Oh well. Can't do nothing about it. Now I need that to fit in, and I think it might be... Nope, that actually fits. All right, sweet. There's one panel. Let's put the links on. Yeah, it looks like that. See, like, no, that's the... Never mind. Never mind. I'm going crazy. No, I'm not. I'm not going crazy. Look at this. That is a button head. That is a button head. These are supposed to be... let me get the other one. These are supposed to be pan heads. Pan head versus button head. You be the judge. Why is the wrong screw in the kit? I could still use these in a pinch, but I'm not going to use them right now. Yeah, the bottom plate is actually carbon fiber. It's just like this to protect it. Looks the same? No, it's not the same. One is vastly superior to the other. Why are these always messed up in the one corner? That's what bugs me. All right, so do I need to cut away any of this in order to fit the screws? Looks like I definitely do. Yeah, so there's points of contact in the corners. So I need to cut away this corner, and then we'll work on the other ones, because it's right now it's trying to be crooked. Carbon fiber conducts electricity. I don't know how good it is with heat. Actually, it should be this corner. Huh, it's the opposite corners that I thought it would be. Well, I need to cut them away anyway, so I can just do this. Pop that off. Pop that off. Drop the metal. I think I cut the wrong one, and I might have made an irreversible mistake. I might have just made an irreversible mistake. Give me one sec here. That might have been a really bad... Oh, no, that's actually good. Nope, it's actually good. Doesn't matter. Don't see it. Out of sight, out of mind. Out of sight, out of mind. I need to cut this one and this one. I can't believe I just did that. It just popped off the wrong corner. Dumb. Okay. That should now fit perfectly the first time. What's up, Demi? You ever find a stream to watch? All right, let's see here. Yeah, look at all that stuff in the way. It's ridiculous. But I need to do it so that it doesn't look like I had to cut stuff away. So let me I guess we'll put this in, and then that'll hold the stuff in place. I can't put the top in yet because I gotta make a cut around the heatsink. So maybe I need to work on that. But let's put at least put the bottom link in here. I can't tilt this up on that face. I would like to, but I can't. So I got to do it like this. Most of the in-engine plastic parts are made with PA6 glass fiber reinforced plastic. Take a lot of heat. This will be fine. It's PETG. It's not the highest temperature stuff, but it does aight. Okay, so screws that are blocked by grating. Oh, you guys pointing out everything that... just not playing that game today. Not playing that game today, guys. Don't poo-poo your ideas. I guess I can get that in there. That's not really that blocked. Yeah, that one is, though. All right, so I'm just going to selectively cut around where... Well, actually, that's going to need to be up against a rail, so let me find a rail. I'm glad you're straight. Yeah, I was talking about Tarkov earlier. I did not know that Big Wave did not play Tarkov at all. I had the wrong information. Now, some of you are a bit too aggressive about it. All right, let's see. Yeah, those will fit. These I think I need to cut. No cringy weeb games. They haven't given me time. You haven't given me time. I can barely see where those are. It looks like I need to cut that and this in order to get that in. So let us do. Oops, that. And pretty much, where's the other one? Right there. So we just do this. I kind of want to keep the little wing pieces in here because they need to be solid mounted. Like that. All right, let's see what I can do here. It's like that guy that came into chat after, I think it was the stream after the big Robos raid, or maybe it was during, I don't know. The guy was just like, this will overheat and fail and be bad. And it's like, all right, thanks. I don't know how you look at it. I think I do need to cut away some of this stuff. I don't know how you look at a PC like this and think that everything's gonna be overheated, you know? It's like a big open mesh computer, like. That's what you get for like reading Twitch chat, you know? I'm a big important streamer. I don't need to read. I don't need to read chat. Oh, Demi's typing on a tablet. Okay. I will keep that in mind. Reading is for weirdos, yeah. What do you read? Weird. It's a little cringe, bro. All right, let's get this thing in here. It's like everything's a little fragile until I put it together. It just doesn't quite fit right until I get these screws to go in. Where is it? Find your hole. There it is. Oh, that is a much cleaner look than the other one. That is a much cleaner look. I mean, it's a little scungy, but it works much better than the other one. The panel is still bowing out a little bit. Maybe I can adjust the amount that I've got this screwed in order to control that. Let's let the whole thing go together before I assess that part. But this is doing a much better job of holding it down. Yeah, like if I get that tension just right, that's perfect. That's going to be great. Fuck you, person who said it wouldn't work. I have to glue it down again. How are you going to name them? They don't get to have a name. Most people don't know what they're talking about. Man, I'm living that life. That's my day-to-day. I'll probably use shorter screws. Well, these are okay. Any port in a storm, right? And keep in mind the top bar is just there to hold this in place. I need to modify the prints on the top piece in order to show it off properly, get that all working, yada yada. Whoa. I'm not finding the screw hole. I don't know what's going on there. Hold on. This isn't the easiest working angle in the world. I'm gonna stand up for a second because my legs are tired. All right, there we go. There it is. Edge meetup is better than I predicted. Yeah, because I know what I'm doing. Jeez. Ah! Meanwhile, I throw that in a disarray. Yeah, the only problem is this exploding outwards when there's little tension on it. I don't really need to correct for that, though. I just need to get this together a little bit. If I can just get this to sandwich in and get a little tension on them. Keep my hands from cramping up again. God, that's annoying. Oh, I see what's happening. I see what's happening. I need to cut away a little bit of this. Let's just get in there and cut it. Cut, cut, cut. Cut it away. Fuck. That was a drop. Ah! That hit my face. Man, that was violent. God. That literally hit my cheek. I don't know what else I could do to make it kind of like sandwich it better. I don't know if I need to do anything. I'm gonna stick with this design and just roll with it. Because any other stuff that I add is probably gonna add instability to it anyway. Like if I need like surfaces on certain places, then I'll need support structures on others, which will then make the print sloppy. These panels are designed to go in with a rail sitting above them, so that's kind of how they're gonna be. I guess I could have these like drop down a little bit so that there's more material sandwiching. At least it didn't hit my eye. Yeah, I don't want to wear safety goggles for just like normal operations around here. The real way to do it would be to have something that drops into the back layer to hold everything together, but the back layer is directly against the bed, and so I'm not going to pop that down or anything. Let me just get that sandwiched. Get this sandwiched. Nope, it's gonna pop out. Yeah, it needs to have the rail above it. Let's put the rail above it, and then I'll see if I can probably glue this in the end. I don't want to glue it. I don't want to. Oh, here we go. Wait a minute. Oh yeah, okay. I was pushing down the part that was supposed to go into the 8020, or sorry, the Makerbeam. There we go. Ta-da! Yeah, it's pretty decent. Little gateway right there. I like that look. I think that looks good. I think that will look great. Everybody else can go fuck themselves. All you naysayers. They're not popping forward at all because I'm not over-tensioning this part, and the part that presses in isn't going to bow upwards because it's got enough material going inwards. The bowing upwards would only happen if this thing can barely grip it. It does happen a little bit, like down here, kind of, but that's because the whole panel is not quite in there. I guess we'll make the other side panel, and I'm just gonna clip the inner piece so that this will fit for now. In the redesign, in the files on the computer, I can take that and actually put like the little cutout for this heatsink, because everybody's saying I shouldn't modify the heatsink. The heatsink goes up into the bottom area here, so this doesn't quite fit on. If I try, it doesn't go down right here. So we can clip this physically today to take a look at it. I can alter the files and start the print, and we'll at least get a look of it with everything attached. Let's work on this other side panel. I gotta cut out a piece of hex grid for it because all of my scrap pieces are now the wrong shape. I shouldn't have cut the smaller ones because I thought I'd be doing 2 pieces instead of 1. These are not light bulbs. These are Nixie tubes. They're you can look them up online. But the Nixie tube is just a numeric display. It's an antique numeric display that uses neon tubes. They look really good. But those will eventually get their own enclosure, and those will live right here. because they're cool to look at from almost any angle. And so you'll be able to look into it and see numbers. No, they don't use that much power. They do require high voltage, but seeing as technology has moved on quite a bit, this right here is a 5-volt power supply that outputs 100 and something or 60 or whatever. Yeah, my sub badges are the Nixies. They're the numerical display Nixies. All right, hex grid. Only got the big sheet, and the big sheet got kneed. That's why there's a bit of a bend in the end here. Dun dun da 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 DMCA DMCA. It's a large sheet. I have a lot of this stuff. All right, let's try to. Jesus Christ, it's a lot. I had to get the larger sheet because it wouldn't cover this panel over here. I guess I could have split the panel up, but I really didn't want to do that. And it was not cheap. It was $80. $80. $10 shipping, and they need it. They like dropped the fucking elbow on it. The people's elbow was dropped on this thing. Okay, let's see. So that's got an unclean edge. I really don't need a lot of this. I really only need whatever's going to fit in 2 of these. So that'll be this sheet here. And I will go down. I'm going to have to clean up that edge, but we'll go down this part here. Yeah, you guys can't see what I'm doing here. Yeah, right on my lap, right? So I got to cut down this part here all the way down. This is why I had a hand cramp earlier. This and the other stuff that I've been doing, like, you know, the support material. I'll get you guys in focus now that I know where I am. There you go. Okay, so I got to go all the way down. This sheet is absolutely enormous. Lead P, thank you for following. This is all I got left, guys. Jeez, this piece is ridiculous. All the way down, clipping as I go. Luckily, I don't need to use a saw on this stuff. This is just aluminum. It's actually a hell of a lot lighter than what was there before. And it's not strong at all. Very easy to manipulate. But I got it because I wanted hexagons. I probably should have gotten it from McMaster Car, because they have it cheaper. They sell it as mesh screens for, like, filtering stuff. It's not painted, but I could have dropped some matte black paint on this and been pretty happy. Go down to, like, somewhere down here, so I might as well just go the whole row. Where were we? Here? Desiree. Do-do-do. Do-do-do-do-do-do. I got that song stuck in my head again. I always get that song in my head when I'm streaming. Cutting stuff. That's what we're doing. My first school job, I was crimped wires 5 hours a day. Says M the Bomb. After a week, my hands were destroyed. I can only imagine, man. Say, dude. Buddy? Bro? Bruh. Yeah, that sounds like hell. Now, this isn't making the cleanest edge in the world, but I mean, the wiggle room that we've got and all the stuff can somewhat compensate for it. So, got that going. This is the most comfortable way to use these, but it's using different muscles, which I'm enjoying. I have another, oh, you know what? I gotta find that other flush cutter that I have. I have a flush cutter that's designed more for like factory use, and it uses your whole hand instead of just pressing up again. I really should have used that one on this. It's like designed to be like held on a reel, like a retractor. Ta-da! Bruh. The problem with these things, these materials, is that they're very quick to screw up your hands. Like, all of these little edges that are left here are like little knives. Little knives, and they hate you. There, and then where's its buddy? It's right here. Buddy. Did I fully clean that? Almost. I almost fully cleaned it. You're not fully clean till you're zestfully clean. Okay, let's see. That one all the way out to there. This one all the way out to... all the way out. Damn it! You cursed thing! What's going on here? Nah, it's just a little sloppy, that's all. Alright, so all the way out to here. Closest full hexagon. More like hexagon. Got him. Fucking got him. Fabricating. That's what we're doing. I love doing this kind of stuff. I'll do it all weekend. Oh, wait, I did. Hey, Parzival. I don't have any paid employees, so I don't have to worry about occupational health and safety. Personal health and safety, fine, but personal hygiene is probably the worst of my enemies at the moment. I'm stinky. I'm stinky as heck. Sorry for the language there. It is humid in the Northeast. The humidity, the sun is close. I feel like I'm in a blanket, even though I have a fan on me currently. It is humid. That is one huge humidity. I mean, I'm sure Dewey's laughing at us right now because he's down south. The southern continent, southern part of the continent is a lot worse, but, you know, doesn't mean I still don't like it here. All right, that's a little cleaned up. It's nice there right now? Oh, that sucks. I can smell you from New Jersey. That's impossible, because I smell like New Jersey. Smell just like New Jersey. I'm basically stealing your joke. But I get to. I'm the streamer. I can steal your joke. Yeah, they're like little sharp ends left on this, and I could clean them up more, but they're going to be hidden under the 3D print, so. I ain't dropped nothing. Yeah, see, the grating is a little bit smaller than what it has to fit into, which is fine by me because that means I don't have to cut it for this thing to go all the way back. Technically, I should, though, so I'm going to lop that corner off. And lop this corner off. And it'll still fit. What did I do? No, that's fine. It'll still fit. It's just that the hex pieces are going to avoid getting in the corners. I don't know if I would call that a drop. I don't know. Would I call that a drop? Yeah, see, here's the problem is this side panel. I mean, I can always remove this stuff to pull the whole side panel off that way. It's just if I want to slide this thing down, it actually does interfere with the motherboard, which is okay. It's actually okay. All right, any screw in a storm, and then I replace them later because I've just run out of the size that I need. So I need to use the button heads, the verified button head screws in this, which I put in a different bin. That none of those were the right ones. Well, yeah, and the small sharp parts are going to be inside of that grating. I have a feeling that dust is going to collect. I could have been a crazy person. I could have been a complete crazy person, and I could have mapped out where all of these are going to go so that this snaps into place and stays there. It would look, it'd be a very tiny detail, but it would look a lot better from the side view if I did that. The amount of work that this has already taken and the fact that I haven't had a gaming PC during this whole ordeal means I'm not going to do that. At least not this run. If I really feel like being completely crazy about it, I could do that, and then this all basically would stay in like complete lock with itself. I don't know. I'm not going to do that though. That's way too fiddly. That's way too fiddly. It would look good, but it would be a very minor detail. No, I haven't drilled the carbon fiber holes yet. Kind of I'm afraid of that. Actually, we need to put the new back panel on, the new printed back panel, and reassess all that stuff once I get the side panels to a point where I like them. We are running out of jobs. That's the good part. Jobs are starting to wear thin. Starting to see the end of this. Which, are these really this length, or are they different? What's up with these? Those are the right length. They must have gotten mixed in by accident. I have 2 more kits of these screws coming in the mail right now, so I will eventually get the right screws, but I'll just use some wrong screws in the meantime. These are like, I would like them to be a little bit more interlocking. Unfortunately, they can't be, but I would very much like for them to be a little bit more interlocking so that they were easier to assemble. So I'm having some trouble here freehanding this. Once they're together, they're pretty good, but like I could have gapped that screw hole a little bit more. I wonder if I selected the wrong screw hole on these. That looks like it did. I think I'm going to drill these out a little bit because I think I selected the wrong screw hole to punch out. I don't think these are the 2.6. Hold on, let me check my files. Oh, that purple looks nice, says the man with the purple name, yeah. The blue is not going to be there in the final thing. The blue is just to protect the carbon fiber right now. Hold on, let's look. This would be the side grid holder. Let's see which one I extruded. I think I got the wrong holes. No, I got the right ones. These don't look right, though. These look wrong as hell. What about... Hold on, wait. So that's that end. Look at the other end. Son of a bitch! It is the wrong one. So, by the way, the Fusion 360 at its peak, you may not like it, but this is what peak performance looks like. One drawing and all extrusions from there. Makes it kind of hell to find the step that you're looking for, but still. It'd be the lower one, this one. And then I just need to deselect that and that. Okay, back through the history, everything's fine. We've corrected the mistake. Unfortunately, what I did is I printed the mistaked panel. Because these are symmetrical, I printed them twice. So it was a mistake so nice, I printed it twice. Let's get a drill bit. I actually think this is this the right size? There was a drill bit up here. This is, nope, that's friction fit size. Need a slightly larger drill bit than this, so I'm gonna go find it. Drill is just sitting on the mill. Slightly larger. What do we got in the slightly larger flavor? That'll do. Going with the theme of the day today. This is irresponsibly long. Dun 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 dun. Anyway, yeah. Very long drill bit. Long drill bit. Didn't have what set? What are you talking about? Yeah, I have visible names enabled for BTTV. So, ooh, wow, that's almost, that might be too big. Well, made the mistake. I'm going to keep with it. Yeah, it's a little big, but the end of the pan head should make contact. Push comes to shove, I guess I can reprint these later, but I really don't want to reprint every single panel on this. I don't have to. Okay. Now I have to put this obscenely long drill bit somewhere. Put it on the milling machine. There we go. Words hypnotize. Words memorize. Words make my mouth exercise. Words all fail the magic prize. All right, let's see. Cut dish. I got like little bits of that. All right. So technically, really, I only need like a 5, maybe 6 millimeter screw going through this. I don't know what I'm using. They poke out through the end just a little bit, but that should be hidden mostly. Well, yeah, that's basically my life, has been reprinting stuff. All right, screw's just not going in flatly. Please go in flatly. These are not the button heads, unfortunately, but they will do for now. It's crushing in a little bit. We'll see. Sorry, the pan heads. I like pan heads. They got a very clean look to them. I've been somewhat addicted to them over this build. That one actually is a pan head. Huh. Who would have known? And this screwdriver's too... Why am I using this screwdriver? Where's the one that fits these screws better? Wait a minute. Have I always been using that? So no, there's another Phillips. There it is. If you use too small of a screwdriver, they strip. If you use too large of a screwdriver, they strip. I use just the right size, the Goldilocks driver. Look at the difference between the pan head and the button head. Look at the difference between the pan head and the button head here. Pan head, matte colored, no reflection. Button head, profile catches the light. Big difference between the two here. Shitty technology. But I've run out of pan heads, so raw head. I could use the super long ones. I think instead I'll just go to the bad ones. I only need so many, and I'll replace them when the new kit gets here. That one's actually the right kind. This is a very screw-heavy design, even though it doesn't really need this many. I could have done like a mid-support thing and made it look a little different. Well, whatever, who cares? Let's not live in the past, chat. All right. All right, all right, all right, all right. All right, all right. Looks good. Next. Does that go in any further? Nope. Okay. All right, all right, all right. Over here. More parts, same thing. So yeah, Flyboy 1565. How did you get the screws to thread? These do not have threads on them. The screws are metal, and this is PETG, which is a very stretchy, bendy, twisty, springy plastic. So what we have are just undersized holes. So these are 1.8 millimeter in diameter. The screw is an M2, and then on the top part for the screw to fit through, it is gapped at it should be 2.2. I think I made it like 2.6 or something like that. I made it a little overly large so that it would slide through. Oops. That's supposed to be, this one's supposed to be down one. Jeez. I probably need to lock my scenes in OBS. It'll lock more of OBS. You always see the streamer start messing with OBS, and then you know you're in for a good 10 minutes of it, right? Like, oh no, what did I move? Why is this out of place? What's this? Where'd this go? Are you my high school teacher? What, is that something your high school teacher said to you? Should call a police officer then. All right, I think that'll work. Let's give it a shot. Let's try it out. Yeah, there's a certain, like, I don't know. You got to catch me in a good mood if you're going to be asking a really stupid question. But I mean, people who are like self-aware, like, hey, this is probably a stupid question, but whatever follows that but usually isn't that stupid. It's the people who just genuinely say stupid shit or just like are intentionally being obtuse that can get on my nerves in this stream. But no, you guys are fine. You guys do just great. And there's really no hard feelings because everything gets misinterpreted on Twitch. I got a new mouse, by the way. This isn't rubber and covered in metal filings. Yeah, not M.2 the drive. It's M2 as in metric number 2. 2 millimeter. All right, all right, all right, all right. Looking good. You're ever gonna build a graphics card? How would you even get to that? How would you go about that? Can you buy like graphics cores? Can you like call up NVIDIA and get the chips for cheap? They will probably not sell to you unless you have an OEM to point them to and are buying an absolute butt ton of them. Why is it that all the screwdrivers tend to be magnetic? Well, for me personally, it's because I put them on a magnet hanger. But in general, the act of twisting the screw and the electrical potential that goes through it, when you do that, will eventually get all of the atoms in alignment spins, which will make it magnetic. So just twisting the screwdriver and attaching it to metal over and over again tend to magnetize them. And then to demagnetize them, one of the tricks is to just smack it up against something. Maybe not something biological. The whole point is to shock it. So like tap it onto a concrete floor, stuff like that. Holy hell, what happened to the thermals? Something inverted. I think once it calibrates itself, it should stop doing that. Oh, okay. All right. All right. All right. What the hell is this shit? Properties. Deactivate. Activate. There we go. It looked cool like that, but, you know, it wasn't that functional. Bah. 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 Okay, cool. Yoink. Not all that interesting to look at. I mean, you can see that I'm very warm. I'm very warm, chat. It's uncomfortable. I'm too attractive. That's what it is. That's what it is. Because you're so attractive. Okay, let's see. So if that's together like that, it looks like, yeah, I got to do just about the same trimming on this. A little less, actually. I don't know if that's fitting in all the way. How are you fitting in, buddy? All right. Yeah, that one's got to go. I'm trying to leave as much of the little hexes thingy in there as possible because I don't want to overdo it. I don't want the cuts to be visible at all. Actually doesn't fit all the way down. What's going on with that? Huh. Doesn't fit exactly though, so I should probably put it in here to figure this out. Yeah, let me put it in just to figure this out. Now this is where it's gonna hit up against the Mobo. Try not to break my motherboard. Yeah, I'm gonna have to just move it. Like the Molex connector is like hitting up against it and stuff, so I gotta do that. There you go. It's almost like I measured it and my 3D printer is very highly tuned right now. Okay, I gotta get down here. Hold on, wait a minute. I was gonna say do your squats, chat, but then for some reason, a singular sip of Dr. Pepper is gonna take me down. You'll never get me alive, Diet Dr. Pepper. Yeah, you tried, but you failed. It's the last big mistake you're gonna make. All right, I'm better. Just a little scratchy in the throat now from my recent frickin' fight with my soda. They weren't lying about soda being bad for you. Clippers, and I'm gonna clip away only what I need to so that I can have some support underneath this part. Fortunately, this is in just the right place where I need to clip 3 pieces in order to open her up. I knew that was going to fly right at my face. Didn't really have anywhere else to go. Yeah, I'm going to have to cut that. Probably could have done this a little differently to make it fit better or more easily. But this is really my second iteration of this design, so watch the stream for the Dr. Pepper lore. It failed in its mission. There's one panhead screw in this thing, and I'm looking at it like, man, that looks great. And then I look at these, and they've got that glint on them, that catch in the light that they're doing, and I hate them. I hate them. I really should have done a little fillet on these. Just a little fillet so that the screw would catch more easily. Because this is actually kind of difficult. Once I get it to start, it'll be nice, but oh god, it's all the way over there. Come on. All the way down like this. Get you started. There it is. That one's started. Let's get a screw for the other one. All right, doing another squat. I've run out of that screw. That's always nice. Well, there's one over here. I need 2 more. I've got ones that are not long enough, and then I've got ones that are too long. Might have to use the 2 long ones, I guess. I've already used all the wrong type ones. Can't believe I'm so strapped for screws. That's started. Now I need to put that part together and then tighten over. Oh, there's one. You're coming with me. So I need 1. Where did this one come from? Huh. Hope it's not part of an important other area of this case. My concern here is that the screws get in the way of the Mobo. That would be a bad joke. That piece needs to drop down, and it seems to regularly... Oh, there we go. Okay. Now it fits. Oh, I'm blocking. You can't see anything. I'm doing all this careful work. You guys can't see it. I'm doing my best to make it out here. Loosen that a little bit. I can't over pinch it, otherwise weird things start to happen. See, like that back piece is popping up for some reason, and I don't know why. It shouldn't be like seeking the upper portion of the case or anything. Probably is just wedged in a weird way. Something made a snap noise and then everything went into place. That was strange. That's weird. Shouldn't be getting weird noises from this. Huh. Yeah, that looks a little weird. I don't know what's going on there. Oh, well, that's over tight. I'm gonna loosen that a little. Probably loosen this one a little bit because it's cockeyed. Yeah, a little bit of looseness goes a long way with this. At least it's not popping up severely. It'll be good enough. All right, so top rail, just for sharts and gargles. And then That one is still being blocked. Need to open it up. Try not to have this thing fire in my face. Ah! Okay, it missed. It missed this time. All right, so this goes in here. All right, all right. I know the screws don't match. I got ones that do match coming. They're on their way. Just gotta be a little patient. Be here tomorrow. Oh God, this is gonna be a nightmare. Hold on. This is gonna be a nightmare. That wasn't so bad. All right, now I need to find one more of that type of screw. The only thing that I could potentially hope for is that I lost one somewhere around here. Probably should have made the whole case use these things instead. These little M3 hex bolts. Those would have looked good. Meh. Oh well. Oh well. Those came with drones. They're kind of like a special screw. So is there one just hanging out on the table? There's always potential for this. Nah, it doesn't look like it. Always potential for this, especially given that I drop like 250 million of them a second. Like, I'll bet if I sweep up the floor, I could probably find one. Although I don't recall dropping any lately, so maybe that's not such a possibility. There's potential for one to be in the generic screw bin, having moved from project to project, but I think it'd be too much effort to find it. Unless it was right there. Right there. Right there. Right there? Right there. No, there's not going to be anything. I'll just use an overly long one. We'll use a long one. Yeah, exactly. You know what? Let me use this other type of screw. Let me reprint everything. 75 hours of printing later. Oh wait, there is a... No, that's not... Yeah, there is a shorter one in here. Yeah, the kit isn't exactly super well kept, so I've got some of the side bins that have screws in them that have leaked. Yep. Just make sure that it all sandwiches together properly. There, it's easier with the rail on top of it. And I can just hold it like that. Tighten it down. See, the grid itself is what kind of holds this in place. That's gonna look good. Loosen that a little bit. It's not meant to be overly tight. Yeah, well, that needs to be a little tighter than that. Ah, there we go. Okay, cool. So let's cut the stuff from the top panel. Oh, you guys couldn't see that again. Sorry. Camera work is getting a little difficult to do when I'm crouching down like that. Like that. And now I need to clip the edges at the top here. And I'm going to reprint this whole panel, but get an idea. God, it looks like a medieval thing. Case is going to look really weird. Mostly just because I'm not used to it. But yeah, I need to go from basically like here to here and just cut away this inner piece. Cut away the inner piece. Cut it away. Get rid of it. Nope. Let's see. Hexington key, where have you gone? I think I see it back there. Hold on. Get these into the screw bin. Get the screw bin out of the firing line. And then get... Oh, thank you. Almost an engineer. It really was stumbled on. Like, I didn't set out to have this look for the case, but I mean, it does the job, and it's nice that it kind of frames everything and keeps it open air at the same time. So I'm pretty happy with stumbling on this look based on what we did with a thermal camera. Yeah, I don't know what mosquitoes you have, but they would definitely get through this mesh. The only thing that wouldn't get through this mesh are the mosquito hunters, which would be a grave miscalculation. All right, so I'm gonna, I guess, mark it with something. I hope I can see these pen lines. I don't like the 3D print being so close to the heatsink either. That's a little odd for me. With the 3D printer being what's that? Those don't actually eat mosquitoes, really? Oh, you just gotta shatter my worldview like that, Dewey, huh? I'm just gonna use this to cut them. Just use the flush cutters on everything today. threemares. Look at all that purpley goodness. Hell yeah. We did the burning of the 20 at the beginning of the stream. There were a lot of names. threemares, thank you so much for the 34 months and the 10 bazillion gajillion gift subs. Jeez. Crazy. It's craziness. Let's put that up. Let's put that up on the threemares. Let's put threemares. Okay, there it is. Ah, I got pieces of the mesh on me. Ah, ah. So the mesh panels with the purple and everything, they're reminding me of like a medieval themed restaurant that like dropped the medieval theme a long time ago. Like a seafood place. It's like, I'm kind of like, huh, I don't know. threemares, welcome to the board. You're right below Wankel and Aries at. It's just gonna get dusty. I don't know. Do you guys ever dust your own computers? I'm just gonna dust this one. Listen, this case is exactly the same as my previous case. It's just a little bit more fleshed out. Yeah, dust will get in, but you know what else won't get in? Heat. All right, so I'm just gonna use flush cutters because this is still a test piece. Oh my God, woo! Heat was a good movie. What are you talking about? Bad movie. Psh, wow, that cracked the whole print. Neat. Oh, bad move, not movie. Yeah, okay, yeah, yes. There we go, close enough. Close enough, I just bent it, popped it off. It's my favorite movie. I had, when I was a teenager, I went on a date, and we had our friend there, and the one friend of ours was like, you gotta watch Heat, it's like the best movie ever. And like, we were not in the mood for Heat. The movie. It's a really boring movie if you don't want to watch it. I just dropped another screw on the ground. This always happens. Oh boy. That one almost fell. No, that may well very have dropped completely on the floor. Oh wait, nope. I was saved by my own audio cable. Look at that. One of them still did hit the ground though. And I gotta get it. I gotta get it. Where did it go? The floor is, because I've been using this desk as my normal desk, the floor over here is getting covered in fake leather because I have this little fake leather footstool that I'm using to bridge the gap between the chair and the floor. So I'm not always hoisting my legs up. That's a better Tate movie than the one my brother watched. Deliverance? Oh my God. Had a really good time at your place, I guess. Watch Deliverance. Oh my God. The corner cubes are not exactly the easiest thing in the world to work with. Of course, I am going to be reprinting all of the pieces for this top part. The top part's going to look a little bit more sloppy than everything else, because that was sort of my first foray into this style. It's not even Corinthian leather. It's just fake leather. I've had it for a long time. No, I never saw the original. Michael Mann's original version of Heat that went straight to TV. My favorite was Payday 1, The Heist. And it's blatantly ripped off Heat scenes and music. That was fun. It was fun to play Heat, the video game. Even with the same speech, if you run up on the bank teller table. I still want to do like a Payday 2 stream. I want to get the boys together and do a Payday 2 stream. Because we used to love playing that game. I fully agree with Tomato's thoughts on it, and in that it is a fun game to play. People have min-maxed the whole game. Oh, that cracks the entire... That went all the way up through the entire print and cracked it. They've min-maxed the whole game, and so it might not be that fun to play because chat might be insufferable about not min-maxing it as they want. But in terms of just like getting together with some people and just having fun with this ridiculous game, I kind of want to do that on stream at some point. I don't think you guys would be the insufferable crowd, but it depends. It all depends. So the reason that I ruined those two prints is so that the heatsink fits in. LA Takedown, what's that one? Possible to type Deliverance banjo music in the way that's universally recognizable? I don't know. Payday 2 was basically the same until they started adding in all the Splinter Cell fan service crap. Yeah, yep. We enjoy playing that game in our way. So, I don't know. We might revisit it. We don't really do the meta. The only thing we do is like look up on the wiki like how to do like the chemistry steps and stuff. Imagine Heat as though it were an episode of Nash Bridges. LA Takedown was the original version of Heat. You can watch the whole thing on YouTube for free. It's cringy and awesome. Ooh. You're in the Discord, Immersive Sinner. I remind me of that because I kind of want to do that. I feel like I haven't been engaged by Red Letter's recommendations on cringy stuff to watch. I could branch out. Of course, it doesn't fit, right? It's not going to fit now. I think the back. Yeah, I need to trim the back a little bit more. It's funny. I thought I got it, but there's a little bit of overlap. Okay, so one more clip here. One more clip. Yeah, enjoying games, how dare you? Yeah, I know, but then, you know, you're going to get people in chat who are like, oh, but you're not wearing the mask that lets you see through walls and this and that. Oh, you're not getting the biggest payout on this way. It's like, Stop it. Stop it. Shut up. Okay, that fired a piece of plastic across the shop. I don't know where that went, but I think I heard it hit the old top panel for the computer, which is all the way over by the server rack. Guess I can call it the server rack because I technically have a file server on it, right? So it's the entire script word for word, but with B-movie TV actors. Oh my God. I kind of love it. You know, I'm not a total freak about Heat, the movie, so I don't remember all of it. I watched it probably a year and a half ago now. I think it was one of my early pandemic movies. So I don't know what value I'm going to get out of the whole, you know, line for line facet of it, but everything else sounds pretty fun. Is that actually fitting on, or am I hallucinating? What's going on here? Yeah, it's a little bit of a struggle. Yeah, that's hitting up right up against that heatsink. I might have to cut down the heatsink, guys. I might have to cut down the heatsink. Or, I mean, I could leave a larger gap in that area. I think I could probably gap that to 1 millimeter. I'm gonna have to move that to 1 millimeter, and then I think it'll fit. So the cutouts that I do for the heatsink on this, we'll have to measure it very carefully and get it right, and give it a little wiggle room, but those will have to cut into even the thing that's holding up the grating. For right now, though, I can actually put this together. To a degree, I don't want the plastic to touch the heatsink, because I feel like that's an open invitation for melty time. It's like leaving a McDonald's toy on a light bulb, which I've done as a kid. And an adult. Yeah, let's just get an idea of what the thing's going to look like. I mean, the blue doesn't exactly do it justice right now. What did I do with the X key? I had it a minute ago. There it is. This thing's just like wander around. Funny stuff? Okay, I'll end up scrolling back a couple pages by the time I'm done streaming. There are only certain channels in my Discord that I'm very militant about content on. Yeah, I could probably use a drop of glue on that, just so you can't grab it and pry it off. Let's get all four corners down and just see what this is going to look like. It really does look like a panel out of medieval times. Why isn't that fitting on? Probably because of the heatsink. Go ahead and just wager a guess on that one. What the fuck? Come on. What are you doing to me here? Why is this so far off? I'll loosen the bottom one and then I can get the top one on. It might be that the cuts on these aren't exactly super square. Or something is pushing it out of battery, so to speak. Music is an important channel. It is the other channel that I'm militant about the content on. Because I've seen what you degenerate Discord people do to a music channel. I don't like it. Won't allow it to happen to mine. Yo, make me sick. Oh, this wasn't tightened. Maybe that has something to do with it. Man, I'm gonna have to really do a rundown and look for stuff that I didn't tighten down. There's like loose fasteners all over this. I mean, Turvey was right in calling it Weeb Jail, but if you want Weeb content, Rabaz is doing Weeb games this week. Go check out Rabaz. This being out of alignment is bugging me too. I don't know if that's because of the print or if it's something else. I need to make like a little peg for that. Yeah, I'm shaky on that one too. Tenacious D might be okay. Yeah, I think it is. Because it's original. I posted Bill Burr, so you could always cite me on that one. If you wanted to fight me. If you wanted to fight me on that. That one's a little loose. Actually, it might just be down to me doing this. Just do that, and then... Now it's not loose. Ha ha! Alright, so let's take a look at this. I'll just complain and follow the rules. Yeah, I get bent out of shape about that. People fight me about stuff. All right, so there's the look without the carbon fiber. So we will, I mean, I'm gonna keep going on this. We need to design, see, that's a little flexy in the middle, but there's not, it's fine. Yeah, it's hard to get an impression of what it looks like because this blue, the blue painter's tape is kind of ruining it. If we take a closer look at more of an angle, you can see kind of the color scheme at least. The top panel, of course, I'm going to redo. It'll be a little cleaner. I think I'll live with, here, we don't need thermals right now. That's ruining my color scheme. The weird looseness that this kind of introduces, I can't do much about. What I could really do is figure out where the hexagons are on this and like model it into some of the parts so that they fit more crisp, but I don't really need to do much. All I want to make sure is that fingers can't get in here, right? Because I got a pretty high voltage power supply sitting over here and I just don't want people to finger poke their way into my computer. Not that they would be, but I mean, transporting it is one of my concerns. With everything locked down to the carbon fiber base, transporting it shouldn't be too much of a hassle. Grabbing it from the edges, I don't know. I'll have to be careful about that, right? If any one part of this breaks, it should be okay, though. It's still going to hold that grating in place. The only thing I can't stand is that it really does remind me of, like, here, I wonder if I could find something that looks like this. Let's see if I can find something. Seafood restaurant interior. I don't know if you guys know what I'm talking about. Like New England. I don't know if I'm gonna find like, or like New England medieval tavern restaurants. Cheap. Cheap. Nah, I don't think I'm gonna find it. It's like this shitty, like maybe like a Pizza Hut. This is modern. This is not useful to me. 80s. Maybe I'm just crazy. Maybe I'm just a madman. Maybe I just maybe just a little crazy. That's kind of what it reminds me of. A little bit. The only picture I have is 5 by 5 pixels. Damn it. What is this web page doing to my computer? Oh, look at all the pixels in this picture. Woo. It kind of reminds me of this. I don't know why. Maybe it's just the framing of everything. I drive a Chevrolet movie theater. I don't know. I don't know what it is. All right, anyway. It's a loud look, and it'll look better when things are lit up, the things that are supposed to light up, and when the carbon fiber base is revealed. Because I'll have a little section of carbon fiber right here where the buttons are. I want it to be carbon fiber. I don't know if I'll be able to swing that, but I guess we can give it a try today. I think I need to print out, I don't think I'm going to be able to use these things to hold it in, because these will get in the way too easily. These little panel holders. Although they are built specifically for this. If I do one on each corner, you push the button, it'll probably want to sink it diagonally. So I need to have like 2. And then those will take up the space for the button. This is going to be tough. This is going to be tough. I'm going to have to figure out how to do that. I mean, I guess I can just print an entire 3D printed frame that the carbon fiber will then screw to. Yeah, maybe it's nets that I'm seeing. I don't know. I'll have to change the card lighting from blue to orange to match everything. That's got orange LEDs on it. They're not going to do all that much side illumination, but they'll at least kind of look right. There is a blue LED on that. I don't have any purple LEDs. So, okay, so we need to put the new backing on the graphics card, and then I need to figure out where the holes need to be for me to drill, and then I need to drill the holes. Drill the holes. And once I do that, we can put the bottom back together and screw everything down and get that all in place. Moving along. We're moving along pretty steadily. I'm happy with these side panels. I'm happy to not have to be 3D printing goddamn everything in my life right now. Although I will have to start these. Oh yeah! One final detail. Never mind, we're not going to drill the carbon fiber yet because I'm avoiding it because I'm afraid of it. We need to do the fan panel. Dun dun dun. The star of the show. Now here's the deal. I put some files into Fusion 360 and I did a little bit of measuring, and I know the distance from the heat sink to this part here. Problem is, don't have a lot. Don't have a lot of room. Don't think you've ever been to Pizza Hut, huh? Yeah, 80s, 90s Pizza Hut. Well, I mean, that's when we were kids, so of course it was glorious. Of course it was glorious. Yeah. All right, so I'm still in 3D print hell. They had 2 arcade machines. All right, Fusion 360, bam. So, the side panel design. This is the side panel design. It comes in 3 parts. They are symmetrical. I have a side piece here that fits into the rail, holds it in place, and then links into the centerpiece, but without anything connecting it up here. Although I guess I could make these things go all the way down and then link up. That would provide it with a little bit more stability out there. It doesn't need to, and I kind of want that openness in the middle, so I'm going to leave it as it is. It's definitely something that could potentially, use a little engineering fixing to accomplish properly. But whatever. I could even get fancy and put like an X structure in there or something like that just to hold it up. But I won't. We'll leave it the way it is. I need to fit a fan between this and a heatsink. So let's jump over to the drawing where I've already started working on that. And the way that I've done that is by hopping on GrabCAD and finding a model of the 40mm Noctua fan. Perfect model of the 40mm Noctua fan. So that's everything that I need except for like wires. So we know how I figured out wires. I needed to find screws. I've found screws, and those are in the laptop screw kit. I found a lower profile screw, and that is this I think 4. Can't even see what we're talking about here. I found these M4 screws. By the way, this is the texture I'm talking about. That's what I want on the top layer. M4 pan head. It's not long enough to go all the way through the fan, but it sits flat. And if I have the fan facing in the other direction, it actually falls into the fan because there's that lip there. I need to figure out what direction I'm going to be moving air in this thing. I got a couple choices here. What direction am I going to be moving air across the... This thing looks like a toy. I don't know. Anyway, what direction am I going to be moving air? So part of this is therapy for me, so I can get used to the look. I guess if I really wanted to, I could print everything in black, but it is kind of a toy. How dare you? Okay, yeah, you're kind of right. How dare you? So, fans, here, fitting in here. There is definitely not enough room to fit the fan by like 2 millimeters. So what I've had to do is I've had to bump out this panel just a little bit. And you can see it over here. And I've already done these steps. These are part of the 3D printing hell that I've already been through this weekend. I placed the fan, I measured where the heatsink was, and then I put the fan barely off of the heatsink, and it turns out that I was about 2 millimeters off. So there's a little wiggle room in there, but 2 millimeters gets me to... Why did the zoom do that? Okay, 2 millimeters gets me to the back of this panel. It just means that I have a 2 millimeter bump out on the stuff, which I guess is okay. It's not ideal. I mean, I suppose I could shave a millimeter off of this and this, but the 1 millimeter thick PETG prints, I don't really trust. I don't really trust it. It might work, but I don't think I should trust it. What do you guys think? Do you guys think I could trust it? Probably not. Probably not. Because that would make up for the additional. Well, 1 millimeter on top of support structure is also not really going to work out all that well. That's not going to look great. So yeah, I'm going to keep with the chamfer. It'll be hopefully hardly noticeable. Sorry, the fillet edge right there. So fitting the fan in here every other the opposite way. I don't know if that's a good idea though. Every other fan the opposite way means it's going to be sucking in air. No, I didn't draw the fins. What kind of modeling do you expect me to be doing here? No, I just made it a box. It's not even the right depth. It's just an object here to represent the heatsink. I don't need to go that far into it, you know? I think I measured the height. No, you know what? I just measured the distance. That's right. I just measured the distance and then I extruded the size of the object. All this is like basically nothing can violate this plane right here. That's it. That's all it is. It's not actually the heatsink. We'll have to model it for the top piece, or just get the width and the position. And then we can do the cuts on the top piece pretty easily with that. Yeah, so what do I want to be doing on this heatsink? If it doesn't matter what direction things run in, then I will want them to be blowing air outwards. The reason for that is because there's an opening right here. Now, the whole design of my desk is that this computer sits in the keyboard tray, and there's a little bit of room on top of it. There's a little tiny bit of room from the feet underneath it, right? So it's able to get good airflow around it. If I just put it in the keyboard tray like I did originally, it fills the keyboard tray with hot air. Keyboard tray kind of was like a whole second level to the desk. And so it would fill the whole thing with hot air, and then the hot air would waft up into my face, which I can't stand. I can't stand it. So what I did is I don't think I cut I think there was room behind the keyboard tray, and I took rack mounts and I screwed them into the desk, and I made like vertical rack panels that I could put stuff in. And one of the things that I put in it was 3 120 millimeter fans. And so that's what that KG fan thing that we built was. So the 120 millimeter fans draw air from the front part of the keyboard tray and exhaust them at my feet, like feet warmers. No, it's not a rack. It's just I used rack panels. That's it. It's not actually a rack. But anyway, so yeah, those panels, and then I've got like a cable feed and all that stuff, so I can pull the keyboard tray out and work on the computer. We're gonna be doing a revision to my desk soon, and that'll be like a big comprehensive project. I've got the desktop in the garage. It's been there for 1.5 years. We gotta work on that at some point. I'll have to cut rails. I need to make that miter box for it. I digress. The point is, the computer, I don't want the computer to undo all the work that I did to keep hot air from blowing up in my face. So if I'm sucking in cold air from the outside and blowing it into this thing, then it's going to be exhausting towards me and the opposite direction. So whoa, nice stutter there, buddy. I think the ideal direction for this thing to be going in is out. And then it's going to be drawing cool air from all the way over here. With 6 fans, there should be enough airflow that fresh air is getting all the way to the centerpiece. I hope. Really thinking about those heat pipes that I wanted to install in this thing. But yeah, bumped out 2 millimeter, 6 fans, 1 big panel. I think that's how we're going to do it. So we're going to move air in the direction that the fan is right now. All right. Now, how do we space these things evenly? I've got 6 fans going into this, and this I just kind of threw into a position. So if I move this object, move the component, we can just take it out to there. We'll have to do something like an align command. But then again, maybe I should put 7 in here. If I put 7 fans, the center one is a virtual non-fan that won't be put in. Or maybe 6 spacing works somehow. Let me see here. Go back to our original sketch. I feel like I can put points down from one end to the other. How should I do that? Maybe not boxes. What I'm looking for, so what I'm looking to do, I like the idea of nothing in the center. Well, there are going to be circuit boards in the center because that's how I distribute power to all the fans. There's a lot of wiring that needs to make this thing happen. The power supply's fan connector is going to be providing 12 volts out to the outer fans, which I hope take up less current than the overvoltaged Dell fan. I really hope they do, because that connector, there were scorch marks on the connector. I'm not happy about those. Also, the pinout for the Dell fan is different. I need to see what my pinout is on the Mobo. Sorry, on the power supply board. Yeah, all the fans are going to be controlled by the processor that I put on the power supply. All at once, all of them get you know, a speed pin, and what I like about the Noctuas is that they smooth out the speed pin. If you give it a speed that's below the startup speed, the Noctua controller is smart enough to give it a higher speed and then lower it down, which I think I actually programmed into this. I think I actually programmed that into my fan controller already. What I need here is a mark. I need a mark that goes all the way down either one side or both. I could do it to this line here and then keep this fanless. I don't think there is going to be a fan there. I mean, 1, 2, 3. If I take, I mean, I want to put a pattern down, but I need like, I just need like a dot that I can place. Yeah, I know the array command, but I mean, do I need to create just like a point? Or should I create a center rectangle to represent the size of the fan? Maybe I should do that. Let me get a line from center to center of the whole thing. Make it a construction line. I mean, this drawing's already a mess, and I don't want it to be too much of a mess. Just because if you're, what? Guessing it would be more efficient if you make them push towards the heatsink. Because if you're pulling cool air from the side, it'll be picking up heat as it works towards the center of the heatsink. I feel like there's enough air moving that that's not going to make that much of a difference. Because, I mean, it's a lot of air getting moved by these things. Yeah, I know. It is something that I got that in the back of my head. You're not wrong, Chester. I'm just thinking for the good of not sending hot air into my face, I want it to be that way. I'm gonna burp. That was a meaty burp. Yeah, like on the thermals, we're not necessarily going to be seeing a gradient on it unless it's only just heating up. I don't know. Okay. I got my center line. I need an offset. If I do a line that's a couple millimeters from the end, I mean, the fan is what, 12? You know, I got, it's got to be livable, right? You haven't found out how to make your sketches look like this? I mean, the Fusion just like naturally sort of gravitates toward this. I mean, you just need seat time and to come up with like some techniques and watch some videos on how people do it. All right. Time to make decisions here. Time to make decisions that I've been avoiding. You guys haven't, if you guys aren't able to tell, the stuff that hasn't been done yet, stuff that I've been avoiding. You have it push in and block off the front, it'll eject the air in the back. Yeah, but then I need that room. I mean, there is an air gap all around this thing. I wonder if maybe, oh, but no, the fans are going to be placed right up against it because I don't have a choice. 40 by 40. 40 by 40. I'll just make a bunch of 40 by 40 boxes. Hope you're having a great stream. How fucking dare you? Yeah, no, this is a good stream. So far, so good. Yeah, I don't need that center line. So, I don't know, what? Give it 50. Give it 10 millimeter leeway. Rectangle, center. I have the free version. Maybe your version does what? No, the free version still does this. 40 by 40. And that actually should probably be that should be a regular line, not a construction line. I'm hitting X, by the way. It may look like it naturally just chooses the right kind of line, but it's because of keyboard shortcuts that help you go a little faster. Demi has now given the laptop to his daughter, who is hitting random emotes into chat. Everybody show Demithil your favorite emote. Center rectangle. Let's go with that. And 40 by 40. Oops, 40 tab 40. Doesn't have to be my emote, though it helps. We're still going to project the lines into this thing. I just need a place where I can put the fans. So this is going to actually, as a not construction line, that's going to be kind of annoying, isn't it? Kids, yeah. Oh, I know, man. That's funny. Okay, what Team Mister's talking about is not having the dimensions go in. If I draw a box and I don't touch the dimensions, it doesn't show them. But if I draw a box and then before I click the second time, I call the box 20 tab 20, now it has driven dimensions for everything and it'll have those in there. Now, because none of those corners or edges are locked into anything, the line is blue. The line becomes black when you are actually connected to something. So right now, all these little symbols are telling me that these are actually a mirror image of this line over here, which is driven by 6 and 4 millimeters and attached to this line. So it's this whole string of stuff that comes from being anchored down on other things. And that's how you make a drawing that's sort of like locked in and organized like this. 50 was a mistake. Let's make that, well, it's 40, so it's 20, so it's 30. That just gives it 10 millimeters to play with over here. Yeah, the black lines are 100% constrained. Now, over-constraint is a problem, too. Demithil, are you a cat? I leave my chair quick to get... Demithil's not a cat. His kids are on the computer. All right, let's see here. So I'm going to create a rectangular pattern. I really only want this. That's really all I want, is that one point. I left to get my coffee and my daughter took my chair because she likes bothers. Stream! And she communicates with emotes. That's great. Well, yeah, so okay, I know the language there didn't really line up. The fan is 40 millimeters square, so it's 20 millimeters from the center to the edge. So with a 10 millimeter offset, that's 30. That's what I said. I didn't say all the words. I didn't say all the words. How many do we have? 6. I mean, it might be that I do it from each side for 3 so that I can have that center area. And then how long is this going to be? I don't know. Take it all the way out to what I think is acceptable. I wonder if I want to drive these myself. I'll do it myself. And then I can have dimension from the edge on both sides, and I can mirror image them. Maybe we should do it that way. Because then I can at least get the spacing between them correct. To be fair, 40 equals 45 according to the Wimbledon crowd. Whoever made up the scoring system for tennis, just bonkers. They're just bonkers. They have to be crazy. Love 1530, what was it? Something or other. Actually forget how to do tennis scoring. Man, I used to play tennis a lot. The distance between them right now is about 5 millimeter. So if I leave 5 millimeter between them and I give them a 10 millimeter offset from the edge, maybe a 5 millimeter offset from the edge. Let's try it. Ba-ba-da-ba-ba-da-ba. It was a deucey individual. Oh, jeez. Deuce. So that would be 5 millimeters makes it 25. It's getting a little close, but I mean, we need to build. What we'll need to do is build little shoopity hoops that'll be able to interface with this thing, and then we'll just extrude them out, and that'll be the print. I got everything else kind of worked out on this, so that should be manageable. I blame the French. Yeah. Do multiple fans give it better cooling instead of doing a push-pull tunnel? I mean, a push-pull tunnel would probably be a neat thing to do. I mean, I could do one half of it push and the other half of it pull. But if I do push-pull, because we're in an enclosed area, I think it'll just create just like a local heat. And I'd rather it be moving in one direction. So if I just move it out into here, that's probably going to pull some warmer air in from the back, and maybe it doesn't matter. The reason, it should be a clock face. Oh, that makes sense. 15, 30, 45 match point. Yeah, and then they add everything else. Love and... God, I don't know. Best configuration for multiple fans. The reason that I'm using 6 fans is because I can use these little dinky fans that are very, very quiet. And I can move a decent volume of air. My motherboard has channels to push air through the places it needs the most. That's interesting. Love is equal to 0 equals egg equals loaf. Loaf. Love. Weird. That's too weird. Long heat. Oh god, let's all in caps. Long heat sink multi-fan configuration. Best. It's gonna be kind of hard to find information about this. It's like 5 links. Never mind. I guess as long as air moves, that's all that really matters. Better than nothing. All right. All right. I've been running the case almost exactly like this since 2011. I've had an open era computer case since. I know what I'm doing, man. If the heatsink faces up, relying on convection is good enough? No. No, not for this, man. This is the power supply. The power supply, although very efficient, which I guess we could calculate. I don't know what they claim the efficiency is. Where was that? It was in my datasheets folder. Project, stream, PSU. Oh, it's back here. Power supply. Nope. These are different. These are just pictures of it. Huh. This is a weird one. When's that from? 2017. I think 2017 is when I moved these into this folder. This is how I tested the full current going through that with that heatsink and the fan and tuned the fan. Each of these are a certain amount of amps. That's a scanner bed. There I'm putting a soldering iron up to, putting a soldering iron up to the temperature sensor in order to make it ramp up. You guys have seen these boards before. Those are my testing boards. There's the original design, which got ridiculously redesigned. That looks familiar. That's the top of my my page. Here's the redesign. This is how it used to be. This is the old case. The old computer before it was a good computer. There's a little bit of an idea of what's inside of that capacitor block, and that's how I built it. This photo, let's get some information about whichever one we just saw. This one. This photo right here. Blah, 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 blah. Properties. 2 megabytes. What kind of details do we have in this thing? Is there a date, like an original date? Nah. That sucks. There's no original date. The picture's from, like, probably 2011. But I've been running an open air style case since 2011, so there you go. These dates are not correct. This is what the Nixie thing looks like. So that's basically what the circuit's going to be, is the high voltage driver here on the right. High voltage driver, then the 2 Russian like MOSFET kind of things, and then the Arduino. And that can just run basically BCD, which is what these LEDs are showing. So I can put 2 big orange numbers somewhere on the thing. The screenshots of the window, oh, did they? Wait, window time visible? Were you, what? Where were you looking? Oh, over here. No. I think that's Top Gear in the background. I mean, that has a date on it, but... This is the redo with hobby connectors and stuff. Before that trace lifted. Well, if you could see what that says, you would know what year it is. This is a long time ago. This is back when it was an enclosed aluminum case. And I just had a hole for the... You skipped it. It was 2012. Wait! Oh, this? No. Probably the other screenshot? Yeah, there we go. 12/23/2012. So yeah, that's how long I've been running this. This redesign was to get rid of the perforated prototyping board version. You actually make your own PC cases. No. Yes. Okay. Goodbye. Boop. Anyway, that's just to tell chat that they can't tell me that, you know, I know what I'm doing. The VI arm auto ranging design high power parallel. I don't think this is kind of close to the right one. The datasheet for the module itself. There's an app note that I saved. It would be this one. Control F efficiency up to 90%. And that could probably be more carefully calculated. So normal input full load 25 degrees Celsius, 81, 85. So 85% efficiency, 600 watts, that's max. Calculator, 600 times 0.15, 90 watts. So a 90 watt light bulb I have to cool. At its absolute brutal maximum. People adding me everywhere. Amazing. I gotta disable ats. I need to do that. I have an announcement channel that still ats me somewhere, and I'm like, where are you? Okay. Yeah, I'll have to get to that YouTube thing. Light bulb has an odd surface. Good luck with that. Yeah, streamer doesn't even know that a light bulb has a weird surface. Streamer. Stupid streamer. Oh, actually, you know what? The 12 volt out, that's a different module. Where's that one? 12 volt out, 86%. Ah, a little bit more efficient than I thought. It's somewhere around like an 85 watt light bulb, right? Social Gamer, thank you for the cheer, man. 100 bitos. Appreciate that, dude. Good on ya. Good on ya. Yeah, so that's kind of what we got to deal with, huh? That's the cooling. We've got a pretty heavy light bulb here that we got to cool down. And so I'm just trying to get the fan spacing right. Let's give it 5 millimeters between these and see what it looks like. It's not going to be even though. How do I drive something like that in Fusion? I mean, the only way that people really know to suggest it is by doing like a rectangular array. Rectangular array. So let's try doing that. Let's give it a rectangular array. Let's give it some numbers. I don't know about what the distance is between this edge and the end. So if I take it from here, drive it all the way to here, it's 144. So 144. Oh, how do I make this work? I don't know. The only way I know how to do this stuff is like super labor intensive. So if I did 3 of them and then the distance is 144. What if I made the, oh, wait, I could go from the middle. That doesn't really work though. Wait, 144, it puts me all the way out here? That don't make no sense. This is what I'm talking about with a rectangular array. It's like, I don't know what drives this stuff. So like that's a little bit more even. That's actually 90. So why did it become 90? I think maybe I just need to draw it from both sides and then mirror it. 144 minus 10 minus 10. Well, it became 90, so I don't know where you're I don't know where you're getting that from. Spacing and not extent. Distance type, extent. Spacing. Oh, 45. So that puts 5 millimeters between them. Well, hello. That works. The thing is, I want the asymmetrical space in the middle. That's why I'm doing it from one extent to the other. If this is 5, I want 5 on the other side of this too. I want 10 millimeters here because I need room for my distribution circuit boards that these things have. I made distribution circuit boards because there was no way in hell I was going to fit 6 of these connectors anywhere. These just simply would not fit anywhere. So I switched them over to high-rose connectors. I like these high-rose connectors. Hopefully they don't burn up and scorch like every other fucking connector in this build. I don't know why so many of the connectors in this thing have scorched. I think the reason is because certain parts of it were pushed a little too far, like having a 5-volt fan run 12 volts suddenly. You do both directions. Both directions. But I want, I don't know if I can do it like, I can do symmetric, one direction. What's this one? I don't think I can, I think what I can do is just use a mirror command on it. And then why are they coming in as construction lines? They probably shouldn't be. Yeah, I think one direction and mirror is the way that we have to do this. It's just, you know, it is what it is, chat. It is what it is. There's not much we can do about this. I can do a circular array that's so large that it doesn't actually show a curve. It'll be a very minor curve by the time it gets here with about 7 million fans on it. Okay, the reason that I'm doing this is because I want the center parts. I want the center pieces of these so that I can do an align on the parts that I bring in. Ionic breeze. I remember those. You put them in your shoes. Make them not stink like shoes. Yeah, that's what I'm learning about CAD, is that there's 7,000 ways to do it. But the way you choose will inevitably not work when you have to go through revisions. That's the universal with CAD. You know, there's certain things that are just inalienable truths in CAD, and that's one of them. I didn't get that point. Control Z. I forget what that spacing was. Was that 90? Or no, I did the, yeah, that's right. I did the non-squidge. Okay, I know what I'm doing. Create rectangular pattern. Double click. Click. There we go. And I could just take those dots in. You know what? Screw you. Oh no, I need that for the spacing. That's right. So take the center dot. Direction. This one. Spacing. Spacing. Quantity 3. Distance is now going to have to not be 5 because I think it changed because the Fire Nation attacked. Yeah, it has to be 25. That doesn't even look remotely close to what that doesn't look right. Doesn't look right. Why did it change? 45. Yeah, it's the whole, okay, it's the whole thing. 40, yeah, from dot to dot, that's right, because that's going to be a fan plus 5. Okay, yeah. I get it. I get things. Yeah, it's going to be 45. That's not an intuitive number. I wonder, extent is still 90. Why is it 90? 144. Interesting. Okay, so I guess that's that, right? That's the one side. Click OK on that, and now I've got all my dots. I really only need the dots. I'm gonna hit Control Z. I'm gonna do it. Create a rectangular pattern of just the dots, and we'll make the distance 45. There. Now I just have dots that are projected out here. Ta-da! Now I just mirror the dots. Mirror. Mirror. Select a line. Already got a nice center line there. Click OK. Now I got dots. I got dots on the brain. So those dots will space everything out properly now. I'll have a little bit of space going in here. And then 3 exhaust fans, 10 millimeters in the middle like I had on the previous design. 3 more dots. Because you're going, north from center of one to the center of the third one. Oh, I see. So we're going from here to here, which is why it would be 45. It's very confusing. Thank you, AutoCAD. All right, so why did it forget that I moved the fan? Did I Control Z it by accident? All right, whatever. Let's get you out of here. Move copy. Component. You go away. All right, so view the sketch. Look at these dots. Look at these dots going down there. Where'd the end come from? I know, I was like, what is that? The result of typing going too fast? Probably. Look at those beautiful dots. All right, so next task. I need to align this thing with the dots. Now, I don't need it to sit on those dots because those dots, damn it. Those dots are in a weird spot. How far from the drawing to the surface where the fan needs to mount? But then again, I don't have the... Okay, so the center point that I want to use, probably the center of one of these circular pieces here. Now I could use construct tools in order to create that point. Press the save position. Yeah, the position thing right there is what I need to hit in order to lock it down for the next step, but I don't need to do that yet. So I can put a point on a plane. I can put a point at the center of a circle, sphere, torus. What I need is a point that's going to represent the mounting height of this thing, so that I can center it on a front face Because that, I think there's a little bit of vertical distance there. Wait, let's trust in our orthographic view. Yeah, I think there's a little, yeah, so. Right. Gotta find the center of the front. This is nice and ridiculously complicated. Let's see. Center of, like, it's too bad I can't highlight. It would be like the center between these two faces at a height. And there's no corners for me to go from. All right, I'll lock the position here for now. What are my options here? Plane angle, offset plane, tangent plane, plane along path. Axis through cylinder. No, we don't need an axis. We just need a, look at center point. Point at vertex, 2 edges, 3 planes. No. Point at center of circle. I guess we can figure it out and then offset it. We can figure it out and then offset the whole group of them at once. So what I'll do is I will move, but I'll move copy. So I'll move the component. Click on the component. I guess I could do point to point instead of a line, and then I can create copy. So I'm going point to point on this component. I need a point. Let's take this circle as a point. Oh no, wait, what? That's not an origin point. Why do I have 2? I want components, and I want this whole component right here. Origin point, select. So let's take this whole thing and let's place that on our first dot, like so. And then create a copy. Ooh, glad I could do that retrospectively. So that is not at the right height, but we will move it in a minute. We'll move it in a minute. All right, so there's one. Okay, do it again. Move copy. Component, this. Select the origin point. This, not that. No. Start over. You want this, and then I want create a copy. Then I want this. Go. Not as intuitive as I think it probably could be, but it works. We're gonna try to leave a bunch of wiggle room. I think the way that I want to do this is to create screw posts. And then the M4, we'll measure it. We'll measure this one again, but we'll have the M4 basically hold the fan in, right? We could have arrayed the components, really? Well, I needed a start point, so. Yeah. Red box, blah, 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 pattern. There it is. Pattern on path. Well, that would have been nice. I guess I could have done that. Oh well. This is fine. This is fine. I guess if the weird thing about Fusion is it's like it's got all those drawing tools and then it's like got a repeat of all those drawing tools in the actual component like design area. Also, if you really want, you can create 3D paths from these four little wire ends and create a wiring plan as well. I'm not quite that retentive in my designs yet, where I'm tempted to create wiring paths for everything. Probably can help, but honestly thought you would have done that. That'd be a reason you didn't want to. Well, oh well. It's because I know more of the drafting tools than I know the actual three-dimensional design tools. Yeah, I don't know. And I guess I could figure out what that height is and do an offset as well, but we'll do it in a different operation. All right, this the guy, go to choose this whole thing, go to the origin point, select that face. As long as I'm just consistent with this, I can make up for everything later on. Create copy, go here. No, select that, click here, done with that one. This is going to make the drawing into a bit of a mess, but we've only got one component to factor in here. I don't know how to do stuff like gratings in Fusion without the program wanting to kill me or itself along the way. It doesn't really work out for me. The whole thing just slows down to a crawl. Move a copy. This time we're not copying it. Origin point. Oh wait, I didn't even select the component. Ah! Select, and I'm gonna want that circle. And then I'm going to go right. Yeah. All right. Starting to look like something. I wonder if I bet the align tools probably have what I need. You don't think Fusion knows how to do that either? Huh. So, all right, don't need the sketch anymore. Don't need the heatsink. It's literally, it's not actually the heatsink, but it's just a representation of it. Move copy, components, hello? Hello? There we go, okay. It just took a second. Every now and then it's like, I only have a GTX 970, and then it like slows down. All right, so what can I do here? I could do a point to, if I do point to point, that means it's going to go in other directions, right? You'd be better off doing OpenSCAD to do your grading and then incorporating that mesh into it. Yeah, or I don't know if it'd be faster if I create, because what I'd really like is just something that's like almost just like a texture, just so I could show this to look like, sort of like it would look like in the real world, so that I could say, hey, that looks a bit like a McDonald's. I don't know if I like that. It's a weird look. I don't know. I'm not 100% behind this look. Yeah, I guess we'll just do a regular move. Did it just fucking unselect everything? No. But it did unselect this one. Well, yeah, I mean, what I'm going to do is I'm just going to get it close. That's all it deserves. Just get it kind of close, and then we'll leave in a little bit of wiggle room, because it's only a screw post, you know? We're just going to build a little tiny screw post that holds up these things. And it's not really even going to look, it's not going to be consistent with the look of anything. It's just going to hold the fans in place. I mean, really, I could like engineer the whole thing and like build it in more, but I still want to have that grating in front of it. If I could drop, no, I still need to run a post on it. If I could cut the grating around it, I could potentially pack it into the rest of the case the way it is. I think I need to just go forward with what I was thinking of before, and I'm not going to get too terribly fancy with it. So that's close. That's like 0.1 or 0.2 off. And the post will not go all the way to the other side of the fan, because that way there will be a little bit of distance for the screw to get into and sort of hold things in place. Because it sits flat up against here, so I'll make the post go a little bit below that. Yeah, I guess there are other strategies for me to make more room in here. I didn't want to lower these to 1 millimeter, because if I do that, first of all, there's nothing for the screws to sort of get into. I probably, you know, all things, hindsight being 2020, I probably should have used the larger screws for this, because I'm not using the larger screws for a lot of stuff, and this is the outside of the case. It can be big and exaggerated. It probably would have looked a little better with larger pan heads on the outside. And they're not that much larger. It would have been a 5 millimeter hole for everything. 6, I think. So it'd be this instead of, you guys can't see it, hold on. All right, I just dropped that like practically into the case. Like, the difference in size between these two is not that great. I probably should have used the one that I have many, many more screws of. I wasn't thinking. I just wasn't thinking. Yeah, that would have looked pretty good, huh? I am not going to go through 10,000 hours of 3D printing to do more revisions. Because I already do have to reprint this thing. And if I did use larger screws in it, I would be kicking myself. Because I would use larger screws, but I'd also have to space it out evenly to be kind of in the middle of that. And that's just not... I don't know what happened here. I thought I was basing it on the midpoint between here and here. I probably should have put a chamfer to match this, and then I could have put it in the middle of that, so it would have been out here. But so we're back to reprinting the entire case again. No. Although, you know, knowing that it'll come out properly the first time is kind of nice, and I probably could get away with it. No, I'm not gonna do it. 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 Nope. I'm gonna reprint these, and it'll be a little cleaner. But I'm not gonna be using larger fasteners on the thing. I'll keep it with the small ones, and we'll keep it. There will be a little bit of jank with it. It's actually, the computer's a lot lighter now with this grating. The other grating was actually a little bit heavy. The most important thing is that all of these get in there, and that I can fit these two fan pieces. Sorry, the two fan connectors, which are, I believe they're 10 millimeters wide. Yeah, 9.7. So I'll be able to cram them both into that space sloppily. They'll probably be like pushed in there by the wire. They might have to go vertical, like the two of them being vertical and having the wires up against the heatsink. That would not be great. But and then I need to make a Y cable, and then I can finally like run them all at once and see what it's like. All right, so yeah, we'll go forward with this. So I'm going to project all of these things. I'm going to lock all those positions in place, and then I'm going to project all this stuff into the sketch and then make little things around them, right? Little things, little bits. All right, if I go back to the sketch right now, it is going to bring me back to the original sketch before I imported these parts. So if I double click on that, all that stuff is gone because we've gone all the way back in the timeline. So what I'll need to do, and actually it might be cleaner if I just, well, I need the edge of the plastic there in order to work with this. I could do a new sketch. And I could start it on this face. I think I'll do that. So we don't actually need to look at this sketch yet. I can do create sketch. Now I've got a sketch specifically on that face. I literally we're paying attention. So with the new sketch, we don't have things gone in the timeline, and I can take these swoopity hoops and I can project them onto my sketch. So I want this side. Yeah, this isn't the side that tapers in. Okay, so P for project. P for project. So I'm gonna want you, this line. No, not that point. Take that back. There. Does it not get the whole hoop? What the shit? Why doesn't it? I guess because that gets cut. All right, I'll have to create a closed circle out of it. That's annoying. That's really annoying. Really, really annoying. Luckily, these print from the print bed, so these will actually be accurate to the size. You know what I can do, actually? Hold on, wait, cancel. Let's go to the other side and hit P. Now, I can grab this one. That's the meta. That's what we're looking for. Yeah, I guess the drawing tool doesn't have a timeline, so you don't have to worry about weird order of operations. I really wanted to, and I don't know what happened to the files for them. Maybe I deleted the project thinking I wasn't going to use them anymore. If I had the models for those circuit boards, we could have tried to create a structure that I could bolt the circuit boards to. But I don't know what happened to the files, and I am not going to remake those circuit boards. If I had those files, if I only held on to them, then I could have used that. That would have been really cool. Such is life. C'est la vie. All right, so do I want those lines so that I can create the hoop that thing fits into, or the trough that it fits into? All I really need to do is complete this circle and project that through the thing, but then I'll want to have an offset on it. So yeah, let's project those through. Although it could, I mean, it's not really going to harm things if I make the... I should know where it needs to go to. Okay, so we'll do that. Yeah, we'll project those in. All right, so that's what I need. I'm done shopping for the geometries. So now we go to the top view, rotate and rate it. And now I don't need to look at any of the bodies anymore. Go away, all of you. And all the fans, I don't need them. Okay, cool. So these are what we are going to project. Oh, wait, maybe I do want to see some of the other stuff on there. Hold on a minute. Bring the fan back in, and then bring... Yeah, I want the outer edge. I want the outer edge. So I need... Just so I know that I'm not putting stuff in that I shouldn't be. I'm going to project that box. I could get fancy with this, but I don't really have to. What the hell is that? Why is that like that? Oh, because this is the face that the sketch is on. That's weird. Okay, so yeah, I just need to figure out what I'm going to draw around this in order to make a, I guess just like a flat pad and then a post. So I can take all of these. Here, I can do an offset on all of them. I can't select multiples. You're not going to let me do that? Really? That's annoying. It would be -0.2. I would like to select more than one, please. It will not allow it. Okay, fine. Oh, it's going to be a lot of -0.2s that I've got to type in now. Here we go. I guess it's just as labor intensive as drawing them anyway, so. It's not like I can go back in the timeline and edit them all at once either, so. I could figure out what pattern I should make in order to recreate this, but that would be more work than just hitting -0.2 over and over again. -0.2. Why is it thinking about that for so long? -0.2. Ah. This is where putting variables on these things kind of helps, because you could put this to a variable, and then doing all this work, if you needed to make it a different offset, like if your printer prints it out and it happens to be larger than it should be, then you just punch in a variable and it'll propagate through the whole design, instead of having to do what I'm doing and typing a number in 6,000 times. But I'm not doing that because I hate myself, I guess. I don't know. -0.2. Well, here we are. How's everybody doing? Yeah. Who needs parameters? Parameterize your design. Who needs that? What are we, making a thing, or are we doing math homework? Equal constraint? I'm not going to do that. I know I can. It's extra clicks. I'm not worried about it right now. If I need to edit all of these, then yeah, I'll start firing away with the equal constraint like it's nobody's business. But for right now, I know my limits. If I print this out, I think it'll be okay. This one, -0.2. This is where my brain just turns into mush. Because what if what if I draw a circle and then I do equals and I hit this guy and this guy? That does work. Yeah, I guess I could do that. I'm going to keep typing 0.2 right now. I'm almost done doing it the other way. It's just like intern work. Dude. But what if I want one to have its own custom size now? And then I've got to figure out what I want to do for a circle surrounding this. So I'll make them circular. I mean, I could make them like match the look of everything else. I think just doing like a circle offset and then 2 lines going up from it. This is a job I'd love to have rather than spending 10 hours a day picking things up and putting things down. I pick things up and then I put them back down again. I'm sure you're a hell of a lot more fit than I am, though. Desk jockeying is like the most unhealthy thing for you. For me. It's insane. It sucks. All right. Yeah, I'm not going to worry about keeping it consistent with the look. I'm just going to make little outcroppings for all of them. So if I take this and I do that, I mean, honestly, I could get away with doing that. What if I create? I don't think a slot is going to do it though, because like it'll go out. Well, actually, it doesn't matter how far it goes out. So I can just do that, and then I'll only choose, you know, the solids to extrude. I don't know what the size of that was. What was the size of that? I don't remember. Just need to go out here a distance, and then we'll make it 6 millimeter. That'll just give it a lip that will allow the fan to press up against that. That's pretty much my job. Sometimes I use a forklift, other times my arms. Yeah. Move the constraint. What constraint? What are you talking about? What you talking about? There are 10,000 ways to do things in CAD, and I do them all the wrong ones. That's what we get. That's what's just going to happen here. All right, what's the thickness of my screw? So we're using the M4s because they're the ones that actually grip the outside. I could use the M3s and have it like split the post so that it makes pressure on it. That's too complicated. We'll just use the M4s. They sit nice and flat against the fans as well. So let me measure that out. So we're sorry, these are M3s, and I'm dumb. The other ones are like M2. These are M3. So 2.8 is what I'm measuring on the threads, which is what I'm going to make the center hole of the post. So 0.2 below 3. And then this 0.2 offset, that's the size of our post. So we need 2.8. Those are going to be kind of thin. Those are going to be kind of thin for the 3D printer. I think it's up to the task, but yeah. If you ask 10,000 engineers how to do a task, they would all tell you you're doing it wrong. That's actually the basis for the forensics of my old job. If you ask two engineers to perform a task, they will give you completely different answers. So if you start having to analyze similar looking devices, something's up. Can I do like a multi-copy where I can just click on the center point? And that might be possible. Let me just check. I would need that and that. Probably this. Maybe this. Well, I mean, create a rectangular pattern. Project, no. Text? Mirror. Well, I could have used mirror. Oh well. Mirror. Yeah, let's go across the top row and I'll mirror it down and then I'll mirror it horizontally. Ah, no, I didn't want that. Why is everything... Oh my god. I'm tripping out. Close. What the hell? Man, that was weird. Boop. Okay. So, beep bop, beep boop bop. Create slot from there. What was that? That was 8. Well, that one doesn't matter, but 6. And then, what the oh god, I switched tabs. I clicked and I switched tabs. Bring me back to the okay. Wait, that's solid. Sketch. Where's my did it finish this? It's finished the sketch for me. Give me back to the sketch. What is this? What is this? It jumped me out of the sketch tools. It keeps going into appearance. I keep leaning on the keyboard too hard. There we go. Now we're back. The appearance window opened up. Ask someone with a watch what time it is. They know. Ask someone with 2 watches. They're not quite sure. Mirror go. What? What are you talking about? Okay. Create slot. Center line. 8. 8 tab 6. Gotta keep my what the hell was this? What is this? It interpreted as an angle. I don't want an angle. 8 drag 6. There we go. 8 6. Oh god. Oh god. No. Whatever this 174 nonsense is. Hold on. What was that one? 2.8. I need a 2.8 in here. 2.8. Gotta watch where I'm clicking. It's dangerous out there. Slot from there to there. 8. Enter. 90 degrees. It's fine. 6. No weird angles or anything. All right, good. Then 2.8. 2.8. That is going to be pretty flimsy, but if it holds the fan, I guess I'm okay. Code rushed, rating with a party of 10. How you guys doing? I'm doing CAD, so basically my whole chat is like triggered. We're designing panels for this PC that I'm building. PC case that I'm building. So this is case modding, not PC building. The PC that's in here, I know works. I don't need anybody to tell me that it won't work. I know this PC works. We've designed several different parts to cover up and to hold down different facets of this PC. I have a carbon fiber bottom plate that is covered in blue tape right now because we're still kind of positioning things internally. There's only so many places for stuff to go, but I just want to make sure everything fits. What I have been working on in the past goddamn 500 years, it's felt like, is 3D printing stuff that's holding the grating on. So I got this new grating. It's hexagonally patterned. It's way more open. For some weird reason, it reminds me of like a New England seafood place in the 90s. I don't know why. It's like a weird association that I have. But these will work out pretty nicely. And as much as I need to like live with the design, I need to kind of sit here and like look at it and just like calm myself down that it doesn't look like shit. I think I don't know. It looks like a McDonald's. Case building, I guess, is probably technically it is modding. But anyway, so gratings, open air case, not a lot of fans. CPU gets a fan, graphics card, the stock fans, all the fans exhaust to the outside world. There will be a fan underneath the motherboard. The power supply is the primary heat concern of this entire case. This power supply creates 52 amps at 12 volts at around 85-ish% efficiency at maximum. At full tilt, this is about 85% efficient, which means we have a little below 90 watts of heat. We have a 90-watt heater sitting right here, and I need to get air to flow through it. I don't have a lot of room for stuff. So 40 millimeters fans it is. 40 millimeters fans it is. I've got 6 of these. Well, I've got more than 6 of these Noctua speed control fans, and I've put different high rose connectors on the outside here so that they'll fit in my design. Well, after that, it's going to be a matter of cramming everything together. So what I'd like to do is 3D print my way out of this mess. Now, these actually do fit on there right now. There is no room for the wiring, which is a big problem. It's a big problem. So instead of having a piece in the center, because I'm making these weirdo custom panels to fit everything in, I probably need to thicken the that one extrusion a little bit so this doesn't rattle around. Oh boy, that's going to change things. At least I kept these as a separate step in the timeline. I'm not going to come back and correct it. If I really want it to not rattle, I can just do this, and then it'll still rattle. God damn it. No, I'm not going to. No. No, I don't care. 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 How loud are the small Noctua fans? They're actually pretty quiet. Actually pretty quiet. Yeah, I mean, I could just put like I could just cram something. I could put like I could throw the stuff that I had to peel out of the sides in there, and that would fit it a little bit more snug. That's fine though. It's whatever. These are the old design, but we're updating it right now. So what I'm trying to do is put in these little humps that are going to hold up the fans. Then I got to spend 10,000 hours printing it out, making sure it's all right. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to create these parts all the way down the line, and then we'll just mirror, and then we'll have all 4. When I was a little kid, we used to have a Mac 2GS, and we would always use the art program and use the mirror functions, and then just drag the mouse around and make art, quote unquote art. So 8, enter, 6, enter. Yeah, that is their whole advantage. They're light and strong-ish, and they're very convenient. That's like their whole thing. Yeah, I don't know how I can convey the loudness of the Noctua fans to you in a way that you would understand, but they're pretty silent for what they are. You could look up the dB number. That's all I can really give you. 2.8. That's going to be a pretty heavy friction fit, but that'll be all right. Okay, so last one. I don't like dB scales. I'm not. You told me a dB, I'd be like, cool. I don't understand it. Tab, enter, widen it, 6, enter. Yeah, it's tough. It's like, what does it mean? 2.8. So it's 2 extrusions coming out of this thing. So first of all, oh god, highlighting all these things is going to be really annoying. Actually, I don't need all of that. All I need is well, that's going to come over as one piece. It's too bad I can't just highlight only the things that I need. Do the mirror command first. Objects. We need you, and you, and you, and you. I don't need anything else. So this, 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 this. Yo, 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 yo. Keep going. Having a lot of small fans is kind of really annoying. It'd be great if I did just like a 60mm fan on either end, but and I was gonna do that, by the way. I was gonna put 60mm fans on the job, but I don't have a mirror line. Son of a I gotta click all that stuff again. All right. Milling it out of billet. I couldn't imagine doing it manually. Me either, and I did an entire week of DB logs covering W&J. Just dB is only in a reference to something, like dBm is a milliwatt for sound is another unit, which I don't know. Maybe bell? Yeah, decibels. dBm, isn't that for like radio magnitude or something? I don't know. I don't know. It's all confusing, and I need to like get into a different mindset in order to work with it. Then I need reference points in order to visual like internalize it. It's tough. Like in RF, if somebody's not listing dBm, you know they don't really know what they're talking about. Dude. 30. Okay. So mirror line. You. Now I need to do it double. Can I do 2? No. Only 1. All right. Mirror command again. Mirror. I need to click 60 things. Welcome to gaming. I've trained for this. Still bad at it, but I've trained for this. My understanding, it makes the spaces between the differences in volume even. Yeah, because sound is logarithmic. Yes. Yes. Sound is a whole bunch of logarithms. It's fun. Logarithms are fun. They're fun. They're fun, okay? I don't care if you guys believe me or not. It's fun. Good fun. Click, click. Click, 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 click. I'm glad I bought a new mouse. Click, click. All the clicking. The problem with this mouse, though, is that this type of rival from SteelSeries has kind of not good rubber on it. It kind of gets like weirdly greasy very easily. I don't know how they approved this material to be on the mouse. That's pretty much like every mouse with rubber on it. Although the rival, I think 700 has somewhat passable rubber, it's still not good. I don't know of any mouse. I mean, the human skin should probably not be in contact with rubber as much. There. All right, there's all of our posts. Modeled, simple, easy peasy lemon squeezy. I'm gonna get my hand to stop being neuropathic. RF relates to 50 ohm as standard. Ah, okay. As somebody who's just spent a week on log, NL, and E, I can certainly natural log and E. I can certainly say I don't find them fun. No, they're fun. You're wrong. I hate the spray on rubber for tactile feet. I've never heard of that stuff. Stuff goes to goo in a few years. Ew. Yeah, that's what was happening to my mouse. The whole thing. I like need to vulcanize my mouse because it was turning into like disgusting, like goopy rubber. Brr. So yeah, I bought a new mouse, and this one has a plastic back at least, but it still has this like weird rubber on the edges. If you eat one French fry at some point during your day, this will become just a slick, and then you have to go get something to wipe it off. I once ate a French fry, which is why there are like grease stains on the back of this thing. It's terrible. Great mouse though, I like the shape. Okay, all right. Sketch done. For better or for worse. Probably for worse, but wash your hands. I do wash my hands. I also wash off my equipment. That's why I have that Windex handy at all times. All right, so the only solid that I want to view is the one that I'm going to be editing through. The one that I'm going to be incorporating these on. And that would be the right and the left lower. And actually, I only need one of the lowers, to be honest, because all I do is print this twice. But I might as well just keep it a complete model while I can. And actually, let me think about that. If I do the extrusion and I tell it to join, the question is whether or not it's going to take that opportunity and join everything together, because it loves to do that. So I'm going to hit E for extrude. I'm going to select one of these on each side. And to be fair, these should actually be solid all the way through. And I'm going to go -2 millimeters. And it'll automatically select join. Now, when I select join, we got to see whether or not that seam disappears. It kept them separate. Okay, cool. So we're in business here. Control Z, extrude, and now I got to select everything. Now, I could keep that hole in the middle no, but the threads are not going to be that long. So, and this is printing from the bed. Wait a minute. Oh, yeah. I actually need to go, -2, and it can stay solid. This is printing from the bed. That's going to be very important to us. That'll allow this to be a good structure and not on my janky support material. So I do not need a hole all the way through these. Although they will look very shiny, and so if I minimize that shininess, I'm not going to worry about that right now. We just need anything to hold the fans up at the moment. So yeah, we'll just keep them solid. It would look more interesting with a hole there. I could put a fake screw on the other side. No, I'm not going to do that. I'm not going to do that. That would look really cool, but no more decorative screws. We did it on the capacitor bank, and now I'm like out of screws, so no more decorative screws. It would look cool. It would look really cool. Like if I just, it would really look cool if I did. No. I'm not going to do it. But it would look really cool. I mean, I could just, no. Nope. Not going to do it. But, no buts. No buts. God, there's so many numbers. I really should have used the equals command. And I could have edited these all at the same time, because I'm thinking like, they could be a little larger. Just a lot of clicking on planes here. There's so many fans. There are so many fans on this thing. What was I thinking? I missed an inside circle. I'll double back. I always do. And then there's something weird about the part. And I'm like, son of a bitch. Anything else? We'll see it when we make the solid. All right, distance. -2. That takes it down to the bed. Haha! And then it's like, hey, I'll unview the sketch for you. And you're like, AutoCAD, why? Why you did this? Looks like I missed another one too. That's what I'm talking about with the inspection. Luckily, we got a timeline. Double click on the timeline. And then it takes us back. And 95 selected. Joke's on you. It's actually 96. I have been clicking on things all day today. How's it 9.6? That's a... Yeah, I guess that's an even number. Or wait, it was 93? It's a... Well... or even in our odd numbers are strange. All right, so now I need to view the sketch again. And now we can actually extrude the posts. And so what I want to do is click on the actual thing that we want to become a post. As I'm doing this, I will then view one of the Noctua fans, and we can take this up to either a distance to the object with an offset, or I could just drag it and get it kind of close. I do want to make sure that the screw has enough room to bite in, but it doesn't have to go all the way up to the very leading edge of the fan. In fact, I wouldn't want that, because I want it to be putting a little bit of pressure on the fan and holding it down against the surface that I'm clicking on right now. This is annoying. I need to keep clicking. I guess I could have just extruded through. Like I don't think I needed that, the line, the edge line. Ah well. All's fair in CAD and war. I wonder if I could just go up the distance of this thing instead of making my 3D print much higher. We'll have to investigate that. We'll have to investigate that. Oh my god, I probably should have done a test one, and then I could have taken all the other ones up to the height of the test one. That would have been a better idea, huh? I shouldn't have bitten off this entire job in one go. I got greedy. Now I gotta get out. If I extruded one of them, I could have done distance to object on the others. It would have taken 2 steps, but it would have been less clunky, and I could have used more measurement tools as I worked through. So that's the smart guy lesson here. Look at all those posts. All right, let's see. Bring in a fan. Bring in this fan. No? Which one is this? Getting close. Got him. So the longest one of those that I have, not very long. Now these are, the profile of them is, they're like 12 millimeters. 12 millimeters, and we have 7. Do I want to give it like 2 millimeters in? 12 millimeter, 7, 5 left. Because yeah, this isn't going to print properly. If I go all the way up to the edge like this, then when the printer is responsible for printing just the little circles, it's going to screw them up. It's going to screw them up just because of the way PETG is, right? But I have 7, so 5 millimeters. What's the distance? I think this is 4, so I need to take it to 5, so it's going to mess it up anyway. Ugh. That's really annoying. That's really annoying. 5 is above. Oh, no, it's not. Wait a minute. Oh, that's right, because this one was extended. Oh, right. It was extended in that direction. Actually, so we can go to object, and I think I'll be okay. I think we'll have enough that my screws will be able to bridge the gap. Because it'll be 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. And I want overlap, so it's going to have to be further than 5. So I do direction to object. It's going to grip for 1 millimeter. To object, outer edge. That is going to screw stuff up if I decide to correct the spacing. If I decide to correct the spacing and get that 2 millimeter back somehow, if I take 1 millimeter off of each of the outer panels in order to get that space back, then I'm going to run into a lot of troubles here. I need to get a haircut. My hair's starting to look a little stupid. Yeah, my hair's starting to look stupid. All right, so I'm gonna do it this way. I should probably set it as a fixed distance, but we'll just keep it as to object, because I don't really know if I'm gonna be able to come back. I don't think I'm gonna be able to come back and correct the distance issue. So here, this is now donezo. I think we got it. Ladies and gentlemen, we got them. Because all that needs to do is just grip that a little bit and hold the fan in place. So we can put all the fans back. I can put all this stuff back. And then I can start extruding all the stuff as if I were to 3D print it. How much space do we have up here? Like negative space. We have like 0, 0, 0 space. Whew, I don't like that it's taking up like the entire thing. Although those will, you know, the placement of those I left a little wiggle room on, but so that's going to be, there's going to be like barely an air gap. Barely an air gap. That missed an inside circle is an old message, right? I didn't miss one, did I? Let's do a quick flyby. It's old, okay. Okay, well, it is a little clunky. It's gonna look a little weird, but it'll hold all the fans, and that's all I'm really looking for here. I could have tried to make all kinds of weird structures to, you know, hold on to them and like tapered things and made it look fancy, but I'm not gonna go for fancy for this because this needs to be done, right? I need to get this part done. These are the side panels for my open air PC mod computer, the case mod. I'm basically fabricating an entire case, and the look of it is I have a certain chamfer on the edge, and then I have this little like centerpiece over there that kind of like holds everything together and in the Makerbeam rails. Here, let me do this. So yeah, a particular look to the whole thing. But I don't know. The design of the case is a little weird. I don't know. Maybe I should have printed it in a different color. If I'd used silver fasteners and not purple. I don't think black Makerbeam is going to do it here. But there's going to be a carbon fiber panel here that'll have the two buttons. The button that turns on the PC, and then a button that turns on a Nixie tube numerical indicator that I'm eventually going to put in there, not yet. This block is hiding two giant capacitors. There's the motherboard, the what is it? 1080 FTW. And then we made a little enclosure over there that houses the connectors. There is a custom piece here that holds the graphics card to the base. I'll need to figure out where those holes are going to be. And then my custom power supply, which is, okay, hold on, I can't. There we go. My custom power supply, which uses military industrial modules. These modules are loved by both radio, like military radio equipment, and scientific researchers building like high-power lasers. They're kind of expensive. What they do is they auto range and rectify, and they turn 120 volts AC coming from the wall into 52 amps of 12 volts DC. At 12 volts, I know is going to be super clean and stable, so the lion's share goes to the graphics card, and then the rest of it goes to, get out of the way, the rest of it goes to this thing right here. That's under the grating. You can kind of see there's like a module connected to the motherboard. That is a car power supply. The car power supply turns 11 to 13 volts or something. It turns car battery voltage into all of the different voltages of the motherboard at 140 watts. I think there's a 160 watt version of it too. But like, I don't know, computers are getting more efficient, even the powerful ones. So I can run a pretty powerful computer up from 140 watts without a graphics card. So the 52 amps is split between the whole motherboard and the graphics card. The problem is we couldn't fit stuff like the power cord in here, so I had to custom design a back panel that's going to hold the video card and everything else. And I've got the new version of that we need to put in. But yeah, that's been what we've been working on. Right now, we are finishing modeling up the piece that's going to go in here. And that's going to be many, many hours of printing. That's what my Wednesday is going to be spent doing. Now, my arm is in the way if I try to get to the mouse. But yeah, that goes in front of here, and then I've got the big heat sink. The modules are 85-ish percent efficient when they're running at full tilt. Full tilt being the computer is somehow utilizing 600 watts, which is an insane amount. Now people come into this stream and they go, that's not going to work, everything's going to break and it'll explode. And I go, yeah, you're definitely right. You're definitely right. And I have not been running this computer since 2016 in the current configuration that it's in. This is simply just reskinning the outside of the case. So there's maybe a little bit more restrictions on the airflow in certain areas, but everything is going to be locked down to a base plate of carbon fiber that's covered in blue tape. That's why it looks weird. I got a big plate of carbon fiber. I need to drill all the holes in it. New Ryzen APUs are 65 watt. What an APU is like the onboard graphicsy stuff. I like to cut out that kind of stuff from my build. I like mini ITXs, even though they're more expensive now, which is completely baffling. I like to cut out as many of the because what do I need in a gaming computer? I need a mouse and a keyboard to hook up to it. I need it to be able to produce graphics. I don't need special stuff in the CPU and stuff. APU is like a GPU and a CPU together. Yeah, isn't that? I don't know what the hell they are. I know the new standard for computers is basically what I'm already doing, which is to create 12 volts, and everything else is just going to make power. And then I read some article that people were thinking like way in the future that they might do like you'd buy the GPU and you'd upgrade the processor because it's just basically flipping things because your GPU is so big now. You might as well just put graphics and RAM on it, or like put a processor and RAM on it. I don't know. APU, accelerated processing unit, a chip that contains both CPU and GPU. GPU and AMD Fusion. I thought Intel already had something like that. The onboard graphics. It's really weird though. APU is a general purpose processor in contrast to specialized processor for graphics, voice, photos, etc. I see. And then one of the newer things is having the GPU able to access your memory directly or something. Really interesting that you can play GTA V and whatnot on such an energy efficient system. Yeah, I guess so. Intel does have onboard graphics. I use it for my non-gaming monitor. Weird. Onboard graphics from Intel back in the day was terrible. Oh yeah, I never said it was good. I just said it existed. So APUs are supposed to be good, but part of the processor. What I don't like is that we are using this spot right here to just cram 2 circuit boards in. We're just like throwing 2 circuit boards in there. I could try to put like a base plate on that, but getting the connectors and stuff, and I don't know where the files are. I don't think I have the circuit board files anymore. I don't remember if I made this in Eagle. I might have made it in Eagle before it was Eagle Fusion. Fusion Eagle. Because, yeah, it'd be great if I had the files for these, because then I could plan out what's going in there. Because I could, well, but I couldn't do like a centerpiece unless I put one fastener on one side and the other on the other. Have be able to screw into that. Do people actually care about onboard graphics? That's what I'm saying. Like with this PC especially, I'm like, I don't need like 7 PCIe slots. I just need a graphics card on the thing. That's like you see these water cooling PCs where they're adding like 65 like accessories to the thing. Onboard graphics are great for SBCs. What's that? Serial board computers? Micro PCs? Yeah, but still. You should still be able to open them in Fusion if you can find them. I guess I could just measure it too. You just measure it. Yeah, 9 by 42. So 9mm by 42. I do have plenty of space down here. So let me just get an idea of what that size is. So we're going from here to here. 43. Okay, I don't have that much space here. There's not a whole lot of space. I said there was a lot of space, but I lied. I lied about there being a lot. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. 17. All right, so we got enough room for the wires at least. They're upgradable. Just get a bigger APU. That's those Macs. Ooh. Don't make fun of the people using Macintoshes. There's something wrong with their heads. They'll be all right. They'll make it through. Onboard graphics saving with simple multi-monitor setup with a bug with NVIDIA. Oh, and different refresh rate monitors. Oh, that sounds kind of annoying, huh? Yeah. Vim runs fine on onboard graphics. Get that guy. Get him out of here. Let's see. So 6 fans in total. 2 LEDs in the middle, by the way, if I feel like installing them. I have space to put LEDs on that. So if I really wanted to like cram everything into here, I could at least make it light up from that location. It would be cool if I could illuminate things more completely, but this design, I could flip it. Would that work? That might work. I don't know, because if I flip them, that means that the bolt is going to go into the thing. How far is it going to go in? More than 1 millimeter, which means I can't do it. Man, that's obnoxious. Yeah, 2 millimeters in. With the height that I've got right now, those are 6 millimeters tall. 12 in total, 7 for the fastener. Overlap of 1. Jeez. Overlap of 1 millimeter. I mean, I don't have to tighten them down too much. No, there's no space for washers. If a fan goes kaput, would it be a pain to swap out? Hardest part would be crimping the connector. I just have to crimp a new connector onto it, which I've got a lot of these fans, so this is a lot of math. Not a fan, says the programmer. Ba-da-ba-ba-da. Okay, anyway, what do we got here? I think that's ready to print. I don't know about those posts being hollow all the way through. I could add some material to them. I don't think it really matters. As long as a majority of the screws don't fall out, I think it should be okay. All right. There's that. Let's get the other panel on the back of the graphics card just to see whether or not I need to do any redesigns there. And we'll see. We'll see what happens. So the reason that I needed to redesign the back panel there was because the PCIe cable provided us with a bit of a headache. I'm really kicking myself about not using the larger fasteners on the outside of the case, because they are bigger and more bold. I don't know. No, I can't redo all that work. I've got to just live with it the way it is. In some future design, we'll have to make sure to use the larger fasteners. I don't know why I use such small stuff, because that would look a lot better than that. Nope. Big nopers. I have to reprint these parts too. I have to reprint this with the gap for the heatsink properly planned into it. And then that's it. Those screws are going to transfer over. When the screw kits get here, I'll replace the ones on this. I'm not going to worry about tuning it to look absolutely perfect. If I wanted to do that, we could spend another month on this, tweaking everything until it was perfect. But I'm not going to do that. That's part of the lesson of what we're doing today, is that I have to teach myself that I can move on. Because this was not supposed to be as lengthy, and this was not supposed to be as girthy of a project as it originally was laid out. I was supposed to get this done in a couple days in order to go to a LAN party, and I extended the amount of time that I'm working on it because I had an opportunity, but that opportunity is passing. So I need to finish this up. And the other thing that I could do technically is I could print out black PETG to put in the trough here, so that it would kind of bring the look around, and so it wouldn't collect dust. But I'm going to hold off on doing that stuff for you, chat. No, I don't think. Yeah, I mean there's a lot of ground between intended scope and actual scope of any project, particularly artistic projects. Managers are supposed to be the ones that swoop in and save you from yourself, but you know, in a perfect world, see, every time I do that, it rubs this a little too hard. That's why we moved it over by a couple millimeters. Yeah, that was the front piece. I got to make sure I don't crush that when I go retrieve it. All right, screwdriver, little tiny one. These are like M1 fasteners, and actually the trick with this is, well, I'm not going to do it for these, but the trick with these is to get a pair of tweezers on them so you don't drop them. Oh yeah, and I need to do the outsides of the DVI connector. The DVI connector on this card really seems like they intended for the DVI connector to be like one of the major structural supports for the rest of the graphics card, because you'll see in a second here how much material they put around this DVI connector. It is kind of crazy. Your own Ethernet cable stopped you from wanting to do hardware. I've kind of always done hardware. I guess you guys are talking about CS versus mechanical stuff, right? All right, so check that out. Look at that. That seems to me, I mean, that communicates to me that this thing is meant to kind of partially hold up the circuit board. Look at that thing. Crazy. All right, so new panel, hiatus. Please work out dimensions. The dimensions work out. Okay. All right. that's the main stress factor. This took quite a bit of iterative printing to come out. You can see some of the dead bodies over there representing my progress on making a new back panel out of purple PETG. If I was a crazy person, I could redesign this to fit this style, where I'm actually holding hex grid in these locations with a little frame around it. I was thinking about that. I'm not going to do it. I'll save everyone the trouble of me struggling through that. This has already been enough of a challenge in and of itself to get this thing kind of designed. Luckily, these screws are mercifully magnetic. All right, before I lose one. Go. And then let me get the connector over here, the power connector that I need to make sure is firmly anchored into this thing. So I had to find screws for it. I wanted to use the countersunk hex screws because that would be in with the design of the rest of it, but I couldn't find ones where enough threads were sunken into it. So I had to go through the big general screw bin in order to find these. These are the shiniest countersunk, I want to say like M3s that I could find. Metric Phillips. Weird. Unscrew the thing. As an engineer, you can tell your trainee to do the Ethernet cable. Aren't trainees for Excel? They're purposely built for the purposes of doing Excel things. Uh-oh. Don't tell me this isn't. Oh, that's tight. I think, did I use a different version of it? I mean, it fit before just fine. Should fit this one just fine. I don't know why that's like that. Why is that so tight? Now I gotta be careful of what surface I put this down on, because it's not flat in every dimension like I'd like it to be. That is very well stuck. Ah, god damn it, stepbrother. All right, let me cut around the edges a little bit there. That's scratched up. Not the label. No, I don't know. I think there's like a seam in there. That's why it's a little weird. Yeah, the Wera drivers they look like they're an odd shape, and they kind of are, but they're very comfortable. They work very nicely. They're just like kind of like a standard. When I'm not messing around, I use the Weras. I can't exactly use the Repairman's ream on this. It's not circular, so. Excel, not looking forward to years of my life I'll spend in that program if I get this damn degree. Yup. Man, Excel has to be the most, like, how do I put it? Manipulated program out there. Like there is no operation under the sun that doesn't use Excel in some way that it's not meant to be used. And Excel's catered it to those functions. Like, yeah, we put in Visual Basic scripts into our spreadsheet software. I'm just kind of naming that out of my ass. But there's a lot of other stuff that Excel does that it really has no business doing, but businesses have made it. And made it do it. I don't really want to file this because I don't want to create a bunch of dust. It shouldn't need filing. I don't know why it's not fitting properly. If I did something with the part that I wasn't supposed to. That's kind of bugging me because this one fits just fine. I wonder if did I pick up a wrong print? I had to have picked up the wrong print. All right, we got to find the new one that's been moved 3 millimeters over. I don't know which one it is. This is the old one. That's a tweaked height. But then this one was too far over. Because it should... Ah! Fucking goddamn it. All right, hold on. I got to go retrieve that. Oh, there's another screw down here. I'll just grab that while I'm here. I'm finding all kinds of things. Ah! There's a lot of dust, too. Okay, I think I mixed up the prints, so now I don't know which one is which. I gotta make sure that, to get my head straight on this one, make sure that the right print is being used, because that fitment of the power connector is off, and it should not be off. You saw that it went directly into this one. So let me get those 3 screws and the DVI connector undone on this, because this is not the right one. Now we have to find the right one, because I've lost track of it. I should have put like a number on it. I don't like where the 1080 is sitting all bothers on the floor. I got it. I got it. It's not like this thing is irreplaceable. Oh, wait. Oh, wait, it is. You do metadata enhanced checklist with Excel for use cases Git can't handle? What the hell? I don't even know half of those words. Excel should not be doing that. I can't think of a more devastating cyber attack than for Excel to literally just stop working. Can you imagine globally if all versions of Excel just vanished? People would be back to papyrus. They would be devastating. We'd have manual adding machines back in service. That IBM Selectrix I had would be the only thing to use. Ah! People breaking out the abacus, chalkboards, JSON databases. Let's go. No, you got a point. Okay, so actually the 3 millimeters I was interpreting as in the wrong direction because I'm dumb. So I went with one that had more space here. The one that we should be replacing it with should have less space than this one. Well, it actually does move it over in the right direction, doesn't it? But this is significantly smaller. What happened? What the heck? It actually doesn't look that much smaller, does it? What about you in comparison to you? Actually, wait, that one was after the height tweak. This one is further to the right or the left. Slide to the right. It doesn't look like 3 millimeters. Looks like a minor tweak to the left. It's definitely got a tweak, though. This one is even further to the left, but I think this is an earlier print because it looks a lot more manky than the other one. Well, even this jacked up one is further to the left than that. And the other question is, does the larger connector fit in? It does. This one might be it. Let's check the files. I have so many of these plates here. I really should have put them somewhere else. This one I know is not the right one because it's got the different shape connector, among other things. Amogus? Just print another. It's a 4-hour print. I'm not going to redo it. Yeah, let's take a look here. Yoink. And then over here. And then inspect. Here to here. 6 millimeter. I have a feeling that's the one that I chose. All right, let's see. 6 millimeter. Yeah, 6.19. Okay, so this is the one. Man, chose the wrong panel. That was weird. What direction am I putting this in? I guess this one. So like that. Now I can put the big guys in. Can't get to it. There we go. Looking forward to consumer grade metal 3D printers. Well, that would be neat. I don't know when we're gonna come around to that one though. Cause like the stuff to do any metal 3D print it's expensive. I don't know where the innovation necessarily would be. Best you can do is a CNC. Those are getting more accessible by virtue of the, motors and spindles and stuff being very popular. What's weird is there's like a rounded edge on all this stuff, so it's not sitting flat like it could, which is okay because that means that the little overhang here isn't gonna hit up against the Makerbeam as much. It'll be able to still fit the Makerbeam. Okay, so that there, this, see, like this power connector, this is why I'm putting it on the edge of the table. This goes here. Let's lock it down with the DVI things. See, we're not leaving the card to dangle on the rear slot. That's why it's kind of acceptable that we're 3D printing the back plate. Why didn't they just use databases? Well, there's a very clear reason why one of my old workplaces didn't use databases, and that's because in the 3-letter agency that I was working for, the existence of a database meant that it needed to comply to all kinds of different standards. Standards for law enforcement and whatnot. So, we didn't call it a database, chat. We called it an Excel spreadsheet. And somehow, that skirted around the responsibility of keeping certain types of records and stuff. Where did the good screwdriver go? There it is. It was real dumb. It was real, like, rules lawyering kind of stuff that, I don't know. We definitely needed to use a database. That was a real dumb move, not using one. Especially given that the Excel spreadsheets would eventually glitch out and crash all the time. That all fits. Okay. And then there's always the editing a Word document where you put in like a spreadsheet and then you move a picture just a little bit and then your whole document explodes. That was always fun. Oh wait, what's the opposite of fun? Okay, found the right back plate out of all these. I gotta throw the old ones out. I just keep them around to show you guys how hard I've worked on this stupid thing. God. Printing. All right, so this should fit in without damaging the cable now. It doesn't really. It doesn't really. Kind of fits in just about the same as it did before. Same as it ever was. Look where my hand was. What am I hitting? There's something under this. Ah, shit. There's a whole screwdriver under it. That was a... what was that doing there? That kind of slides in. That should be okay. Man, there's just no space between these two. They are up against one another. But that fits. And then on the back here, I've got this guy. This is literally just something to hold up the card. And then I've got two little pieces up here to keep the card from flopping around when I transport this thing. So that's a little just decorative bun that goes right there. Ooh, she wiggled. She wiggling. Okay, that there. This is not even held down. It's just in the corner right now. That's as much in the corner as it'll go. Things are a little tight. Things are a little tight in here. But I've got enough material here now, and I actually could just trust that space. What do we think about like a couple millimeter gap here? Air's a pretty good insulator. With this thing all locked down, I'm apt to trust that a little bit more now. Not the corner, yeah, this part right here is what I'm talking about. This right here, this nice little air gap. I don't think DC is thirsty enough to create a spark here. So I don't have to make that decision now. I still need to drill the holes in the bottom plate so that I can get screws through everything and hold those down, and then I'll know. But this graphics card should not move. When this thing is locked down, this will only allow just the tiniest of movement. I don't want to put Captain on there. I put Captain on the previous one. I already told you this. You specifically, that I already had Captain on there and it got real disgusting. So I could print something for here. I am concerned about heat, but I do have enough space here that I don't think I'm going to see a spark. I mean, that's a significant amount of space now. Most of the stuff here is negative. This is at 150 volt potential, I believe. I think it's like ground to 150 volts or something like that. Those caps here, I can show them on the data sheet. How much noise will that cause? Not much. Listen, it's lived there for its entire life. This is the will it work questions are out of line, because this thing has worked for me in the form that it is right now since the date that I put on this power supply, which is 2/20/2013. And I have upgraded the graphics card on it, and that's been working since I ordered it in I want to say 16 or 17. I don't remember. It was 2016. I don't know. Whenever this graphics card came out. So, but yeah, the capacitor over there, kids born in 2013 are now 8. Yeah. Kids born in the year 2000 are drinking. They're drinking. That capacitor, I think there's a better app note that I can use. There's a better app note. There's an app note for like an ORD power supply. Let me find it. VI ARM maybe? There's like 3 example circuits and they're all kind of the same. And that's why I get confused jumping from one to the other. Here it is. So this is how the modules are connected together in order to create that 300 volt supply, which by the way, the center part of this circuit really should be on its own circuit in the board. It's designed that way so that you can have a 300-volt section of your board. I violated this and put them in line with one another, which means that I had to run 300 volts across from thing to thing. I'm looking more and more like a thumb lately. I really need to start losing weight, guys. You should not feel old while recognizing David Hasselhoff in old Baywatch episodes. What? Maybe drinking the hard stuff. Those 8-year-olds and their apple juice. I was born in 2001. Out of place I am here. No, you're not. No, you're not. It's just people like to think that they're old. My generation, fucking millennials who are at a minimum age of 25 now, like to keep going on about how I'm turning 30. I'm old. Fuck you. God damn it. As somebody who's looking at 40 years old soon, it's not like that. Old is a mindset. You don't have to be such a weirdo about it, you know? You don't have to do that. I don't care how old everybody in chat is. And for the longest time, because Twitch chat is just weird and fucking creepy, they like reverse engineered my age down to like the month, just by stuff that I said on stream, which is like, why do you do this, Twitch chat? It's not good. It's not good behavior. So I've just admitted to everybody that I'm 37, but I don't like talking about it because it's who cares? Who gives a shit? The only people who talk about millennials and stuff like that are just using it as a crutch to complain. Hey, these damn kids nowadays. Man, these kids have all the opportunities in the world nowadays. It's great. And they're going to be super fucking smart with technology, and I can't wait. For the 1080, you should be fine. And the super high bandwidth PCIe 4.0, even having riser cables won't work from interference. I don't know if that's true, because I've had conflicting research about PCIe 4. I've already said it, Short Lurker. They already know. They already know. I've had conflicting results with interference and riser cards. That's why I was all systems go to upgrade to a 3090 and still put it on the riser card with the 5950X, not 3090, 6900 Giggity XT, and then have it on the same cable that I have, which is a really good one. It's like a really expensive, really good one. Now my neighbors know. Did you bang on the pots and pans 37 times? Was that your agreed upon signal? Somebody also called you midstream and he wasn't even a viewer. That wasn't somebody calling me. That was like, your credit card is blah, 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 blah. Okay, OctoJ, speaking of, did somebody order a distraction? Yeah, I could actually, guys, if you've been sitting like I have, like hunched over, like with your back, like to the side, and just kind of like cricked, like you just have like a little, just like your muscles are like half tensioned and you've been sitting like that for like 5 hours just holding your arm up, you should probably move around. That's what everybody says. Move around or you're gonna get a blood clot and your head will literally fucking explode, like in Scanners. Look it up. Let's put OctoJ up on the board. Thank you for subbing for 37. What was that number? 47 months. Holy fucking shit. I was thinking of registering OctoJ as my bot so he will permanently get a free subscription. OctoJ has been here from day negative several months. More than several months. And before that. He hasn't been watching the entire time, but who can? Who can tolerate me for that long? Let's put OctoJ up on the board for the umpteenth billionth time. And my cable's stuck on stuff. Oh, no, it's not. Welcome to the board, OctoJ. Thank you for the sub. What, Beat Connect? Is that what you're talking about? Oh, Star Jumps will fix it. I was born in '84. I don't know how they try to say people like me are millennial. but I'm the end of being a Gen Xer. Yeah, you're on the other side of that line. We're supposedly, according to the people, really exciting, fun to hang out with people who keep track of that kind of stuff. We're old millennials, or at least I am. I think I am on the line, and I think you might be on the other side of the line, which is stupid. But technically, we're kind of Gen Xers, but really we're millennials. We were the first to enter the workforce, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. We got our asses fucked by all of the shit disasters and bubbles popping and all that bullshit. But who cares? Who cares? Who gives a shit? People who are trying to generalize give a shit. They're not worth listening to. So, I'm in weird shape today just because of the humidity and everything. There we go. Good enough. All right. So yeah, what we're talking about is these right here. Look at these capacitors, chat. Look at these guys. Just sitting there. So this is the 300 volt DC line. These capacitors are supposed to be 200 volt tolerant because they go between, well, they go on either side of 300 volts, which is a little weird. V plus and V minus, two capacitors. And then those are referencing back to ST. So what does ST do? Bus OK filter, hold up capacitors, hup, 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 hup. Hold up capacitor value should be determined according to the output voltage ripple, power fail over time, blah, 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 blah. Blah, 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 blah. Strap pin. Strapping. Stripping? Strippin's a streamer. What's he doing in this data sheet? I need to look this way more for the thumbnail for my streams, because typically with the thumbnail for the streams, I've been looking like this and like hunched over, and I look like a thumb with a beard. If I do this, at least my artificial chin shines through a little bit, and I have a better jawline. Hey, Erie, thank you for following. If I missed any follows, by the way, like Barnold, thank you guys. I appreciate it. I have 20 pounds of elk being delivered today at some point. Ooh. How much jerky are you going to make? Don't you still have that jerky set up? I want to make jerky. You could be a baby boomer. No. No, I can't. No. 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 I also need to be more animated. That's way too expensive to jerky. Ah, okay. What do you do with elk? Slow cook it? I'm guessing slow cooking. I am getting out my Coke. Accidentally, instead of green tea, I bought iced tea from Wawa. Imagine my embarrassment when I went to go drink green tea, diet green tea, and I got iced tea. That's fine. I like both. Slow or fast. Okay. Can you laser cut jerky? I mean, you know, if you really wanted to, I guess. For an operation like that, that's where we would get into, which we're not going to do. That's where we would get into the laser distance finders that I bought. So I was thinking about that. Like, what if you had like an uneven, unpredictable surface? You could, in whatever the software is, use those laser rangefinders and get data as fast as possible while you're burning a name, and it would change the focus of the laser in order to get that distance just right and to get a good laser hit on there. That's what the professional ones do anyway. So that would be something we could do with like an RC servo or something like that. Babies like to call us boomers? No. Boomers a mindset. So yeah, the difference between these, I mean, 300 volts. What else is that ST? What is that strap pin doing? Junction of the series capacitors for proper auto-ranging operation. Varistors across the capacitors provide input transient protection. So if you get a lightning strike, the metal oxide varistor is going to heat up very quickly and become a short. It's going to suddenly become... it's going to become a short across the input. So metal oxide varistors are there just in case things go psycho. Bleeder resistors discharge the hold-up capacitors and power switched off because they're absolutely enormous capacitors on your inputs. So they're not talking about what the potential across it is, but it's a maximum of 200 volts. So I'm guessing it's a half of 300 volt DC. So it's going to be 150 volts. So at any given point, and it's not AC, it's DC voltage. So this is the negative holdup capacitor. So you've got minus somewhere around here, probably on this side. And then this is the ST pin connection, which could be, you know, at plus 150 volt from here. I don't think... We looked up some properties of the spark gap of 150 volts. If we can make this spacing work, I don't think I need anything there. It's a little nerve-wracking, it is. But this shouldn't be allowed to move at all because we've locked down the front of the graphics card in the printed material, and then we've locked down the back of the graphics card with the printed material. So unless I'm drop-kicking this thing, we should be okay. Yeah, there will be no drop kick tests on this thing. So, all right, that leaves the bottom plate. I've designed the things that I need to 3D print. We got the new back panel on. Yeah, need infinite sub-level for that. There's no way, absolutely no way, I'm going to let you spend $24.95 to convince me to dropkick a multi-$1,000 irreplaceable passion project computer. Clean up some of this print here, hold on. Twitch is like, Twitch chat gets really fucking weird. You guys get real weird. Like, when you see potential for injury, or like when I gave you guys control of a little tank, they were like trying to stab me. They really wanted blood. Actual blood. A little disturbing, guys. Is that not meeting correctly? It looks like it's popped up a little bit. What's going on there? I may need to work on the peeling away the support material on this. Ghetto nerd! Thanks for the follow. And the sub with Prime. Yeah, there's something in the way. It might be the support material, not, or maybe when the top, no, it looks like, it feels like there's something getting in the way, and I think it's the support material. I wouldn't call it your, I don't think anonymous is the most true form of a person. That's wishy-washy. Have you ever seen, okay, so there's like fence anxiety in dogs. Perfectly friendly dog, nice happy little dog. You put them on the other side of the fence and they can't get to you, so they're frustrated and they start barking at one another really angrily and viciously. You've got a dog on either side of the fence, and then you open the fence and the two dogs look at each other like, hey man, what's good? And that's it. That's the entire thing. That's a fairly famous GIF, and I think psychologically that applies perfectly to the internet. Ghetto nerd, welcome to the board. People have kind of lost sight of that. It's the barriers between you and your anonymity on the internet that cause sort of a ramped up behavior that isn't indicative of our common condition. Anyway, that's just, you guys don't have to believe a goddamn thing I say. I ain't no expert, no psychology. I just do this kind of stuff. This is back when I had a blue Wazit on the keyboard. System 1100. Thank you for following. I could translate that from binary, but I don't feel like doing that right now. Yeah, anyway, this is basically Arduino and then the two like MOSFET chips that drive these Nixies with a binary input. And then there's a high voltage supply here. This is just running off of 5 volts. I built this a long time ago. My thought is I want to redesign this. No, I don't think it's 12. No. There it was. Wait, it was right there. Hold on. We want to know what 1100 is. It might be backward. I don't think it is backwards, but somewhere along here. Okay, this MP4 is not helping us in any way. Is it 9? I can't tell. Whatever, anyway. Prometheus 505 subbing with Prime for 2 months. Dude, thank you so much. It is 12? Okay, well, whatever. Let's put you up on the board. Ow. Just, chat, you just karate chopped my hand. That wasn't very nice. You guys don't know, this is the Twitch API enabled Raspberry Pi powered laser etching table. What renders the names of subscribers up onto a giant plank of wood. I don't know who that is. I've never heard of her. Prometheus 505. Welcome to the board. Man, I miss my I had a 505 back in the day. I missed that thing. I miss that 505. It would have been cool to turn that into like a stream controller. Just as like a button input. I don't know how useful the 505 is anymore. Unless you just want to get a like a vintage 90s sound. The 303 was of course the gold standard, but the 505 was an expanded version of it. Making a multiplexer and assisting NANDs count decimal seems fun. Yeah, man. I bought a thing off of eBay at one point because I thought we were going to get into it a little bit more here. But like 7400 series logic chips, I found a listing of hundreds of them. Hundreds of 7400 series logic chips, and I spent a lot of money on them. And so what I wanted to do was a bunch of stuff with 7400s on stream. Because, like, that's fun to do. You can put stuff through the logic gates and it's all 5 volts. As long as you provide everybody with power, you can start fussing around with it. Bum, 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 bum. Okay, let's get this out of here. There's little bits of the support material under this, and that's why it didn't sit properly. All this support material was getting in the way of this thing sitting flat. Once this sits flat, I want to make marks on the painter's tape. And then tomorrow, when I'm not streaming, I'm going to use the pillar drill in order to drill out all the holes in the bottom of the case. Now, don't tempt me to do what I want to do, because I'm really starting to feel like every insert for the wire to go under the acrylic, or sorry, under the carbon fiber, I feel like I want to like frame it in this so that it'll have like this little opening and the wire will just like go down into the... I can't make this into Factorio or Satisfactory. I can't do it. I can't do it. Bum, 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 bum. I got Saul Williams and Trent Reznor stuck in my head now. It just pops in there every now and then. All right, let's put this down here. I can't even say the title of the album on Twitch. I'll get banned. It's a good album. Down like that. This guy goes in the back. Woo! The massacre. That's funny. I set my crap to not delete them, but it does. But I guess it's okay because it's not. Octoj is saving me from the distraction of it, so that's good. All right, how's this thing gonna? I mean, geez, the fitment of this thing is. Look at that. I don't know if I like that. It's so close. It's so close. I guess we can. I can tolerate it. I can tolerate it. And the bend in the cable is gonna take up. You know, it's just gonna be a little bit of a tighter bend. I guess it's okay. It's so close. Yeah, the cool thing about this configuration is that the fan for the graphics card takes in air from the top and it throws it out the sides. So it'll blanket everything in a cool breeze, as will the processor fan, which does the same. Takes air in, throws it across the heatsink. I have a choice. Actually, I'm not sure if I have a choice. Do I have a choice with this? We are taking air from the heat sinks and throwing it out instead of doing the opposite. So, I mean, technically I could reverse this, but I would have to come up with a scheme for that. And then it also violates my one rule for this PC is that I don't want to have air in my face. If this functioning throws air into my face, I can put another one of these here and I'll hook it up to the case fan plug. I'm also going to need a fan underneath this for the M.2 drive, because I want to make sure that my M.2 drive doesn't die. I don't want it to overheat over time. I don't know if that's totally necessary, but I think it'll just be kind to have in that interim space just underneath the motherboard, have a fan and have it mostly live under the whole thing. SSD is going to go underneath and it'll have an access hole here. And that access hole I'm going to use for a bunch of stuff. Another hole up here, here. Oh, here to the front of the case where there will be another carbon fiber sheet that's going to hold the buttons. Although I could print something for the buttons and that would probably hold it better. But I'd rather, I need to repeat the design language of having the carbon fiber there so that we can look from the front and say, oh, look, carbon fiber. So there's a bunch of different materials being used here, right? M.2 drives like being around 60 to 70 C for writing. Lower temp writing supposedly costs twice or 3 times as much damage. 60 to 70 degrees Celsius? What the fuck? Is that... How? Why? Is that just the physical process of writing to memory? That's totally fucked. That's a lot of Celsius. That's a lot of Celsiuses that I'd have to build in. I'm tightening the camera, hold on. Military grade fans tested at the equator, North Pole, under the sea, and covered by sand. What nonsense are you rattling off here, Blowfish? Blowfish like has his own conversation going there. I don't know what's going on. But yeah, I could always design for there to be a fan panel here and put up another one of these guys, print out like one singular fan panel and have it break up the look of the front of the computer a little bit. I don't think I need to do that, but if I find that there's a lot of heat hanging out over here, I will. It'll be good to have all the cables out of the way too. That'll be nice. All right, so with that, I think I'm out of stuff to work on today with you guys. I need to figure out how I'm going to position the graphics card. I need to put markings at the bottom of this. Yeah, the little fans are 12 volts. I gotta make sure they are. 5 volt. Uh-oh. 5 volt. 5 volt. I think these are 12. Looking for the markings. 12 volt, 12 volt, 12 volt. So these are the ones that I have to use. I think I need to order a couple more 12 volt speed controls if I'm going to make this work. I guess I'll do that tonight. 12, 12, 12. Yeah, the 2 5 volts were for the 3D printer. That's why they're here. Time to go real fast. Gotta go fast. Get a chili dog. It's Sonic time. That's not a phrase that he uses. Yeah, so those are 5 volt. Good call. Thank you. This would have been a bit of a screamer. So yeah, these, I'll have to get a 12 volt version of this. I have to make a whole nother enclosure that holds the DC regulator, yeah. But no, yeah, okay, so those will run off of 12 volts. This thing is wired up for 12 volts. We used the higher current motor wire from the broken motor, which, man, I really want to be working on RC cars right now instead of this. But yeah, so we got higher current wire on there. It shouldn't get as hot. I have the mods made for this. I owned it out to make sure that it worked properly. Oh, one thing, I need to do the heatsink modeling in Fusion 360. Let's do that real quick. Let's do that real quick, because that's as simple as it gets. So what we need is a distance to the square. We need the square and the distance and all that stuff. Why don't you just stand Octoj next to the PC? He seems to be your biggest fan. No, he's my oldest fan. It's all clunky and rattly. Probably needs a new bearing. No. I kid. Or do I? Let's see. So I want the top holder. This has been my whole weekend, just doing these little tweaks and stuff. So we want... is that a Djibouti? That's a Djibouti. Man, they have animated emotes now. I wish I had time to do that. I need animated emotes. I'll come up with something. You'll see. 362. Okay, so the front is indeed this. And so we're over here on the left. And we can describe this on the original sketch. On the original... Oh, close. On the original sketch. And I'll take the outer dimension over here, and we need a distance. I could just throw up the animated BTTVs, but I feel like they should be new. But you know, yeah, bother leave is probably one that we should definitely do. I want to do Dewey's idea for a face palm, where it drags down the face. I probably want to do the blinking, just like the blank expression, like you know, like that guy, the weight loss guy on that one show. I think that would look really good. What else? I'll come up with stuff. If you guys have any good ideas, I mean, I don't want to open up stream projects for that information, because stream projects is supposed to be laser focused. We might get silly, you know, throwing ideas around in stream projects, and I try to be lax, but as soon as we start getting like links to other people's projects and stuff like that, I got to drop the hammer and bring it back on topic, because that section is basically for me to organize thoughts before a stream. I'll talk to myself in that section more than anybody else. All right, distances. Let's get some distances here. Distances. I think there's thunder in the distance. Yeah, it's definitely looking a little thundery out. It is the forecast is cloud. All right. Maybe not. I can't open up my forecast page, because then you guys will dox me and somebody will throw their underwear at my face while I'm streaming or something. Some weird shit. It's always some weird shit with you guys. All right, like that. 15.15. What an even number. Let's check the other side. Approximately the same distance. 15.16. So let's take it to 14. Let's give it a whole millimeter to deal with. So I'm going to create, first of all, just a line. Make it a construction line. And I'll make it all the way from the outside edge. Okay. All right, okay, Fusion. Fusion. Hello, Fusion. Fusion, can you just work with me a little bit here? What's going on? Oh, there it is. It's back. Okay. Jeez, what the hell? Starting to worry me a little bit there, buddy. 14. Bop, bop, bop. Well, that seemed like a difficult thing to do. 14 millimeters in. Now we have a 3-point box. Create rectangle. 3-point rectangle. From here. That's not a construction line, by the way. Not a construction line, by the way. BT dub. From here all the way up to the outer edge, right angle. Where's my right angle snap? It was there. You saw it. Did you not see it? Well, maybe that'll be good. All right, and then out, what distance? I should have the stats from when I ordered this thing, but... $14.7. So let's make that 16. Well, yeah, because we're 1 millimeter there. It would be 16.7. We'll do 16.7. 17? We'll make it 17. approximately 1 millimeter on each side. So there's our box. That's the cutout for the heatsink. Finish that sketch. Lucky for us, I don't have to reselect all those portions in every single step along the way. Look at this, man. If you're using Fusion and you have a plan, this is what it looks like. One sketch, extrude, 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 blah, 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 all the way down. This is hell. This is hell to go through to try to correct something. But it's, you know, Joe Fusion is probably like, oh my God, it's beautiful. So let's extrude this. Actually, we only need to hit that, don't we? Well, just for the sake of illustration, I'm going to take the whole thing. I don't think that face really communicates what you want it to. The distance that I need to go up into the next piece of rail, I can measure this, but I think it would be easier if I just take it all the way to the edge, because that's what I did with the flush cutters. It says 4.88, and the distance, I believe, is 4. So actually, we need to take it 5. So let's just go 5 and cut everything away. Now 4.88, and we've taken it up 5. I feel like maybe we should take it up a little further than that and just cut that piece. That is going to be several layers of plastic, but that's not going to give us like a millimeter standoff from the heatsink. Could that potentially reach the magical number of 80 degrees Celsius? Probably not. I've never been good at choosing appropriate emotes. Where are all the normie emotes in? Are those just like Windows emotes that you're using? Because like I know if I do, what is it, colon point underscore left colon, that actually becomes the left pointing, like the normal left pointing thing. 80C and F. 176 degrees. Do we think that this power supply is going to reach 176 degrees? I know you can put whatever you want between colons, but it's illegal in some states. Think about this. I don't know, because like I have one chance to print this. I have one chance to print this. Technically I have multiple chances to print it, but it's going to be a 4-hour print. I basically need to print one side and then the other side. Basically I need to print all of these individually. That's why I've given them all unique names. But like I don't want to have to reprint this. I really don't want to have to reprint this. And if this gets too hot, we're in trouble. So I could pull this further. And that does look a little too close compared to what we cut. We were like practically in the corner when we cut. Well, I guess we didn't have to be. No, we did have to be. We were really close to this thing. We're not. I guess we are kind of close to the corner there. No, we're not. Wait a minute. What the fuck? Wait. What's up with my measurements? Oh, wait a minute. I forgot to subtract the 10 millimeter from this. Well, it's a good thing I've got that other figure on there, because it's actually from the inside of this. So I need to subtract 10 from my original estimate. What kind of an operation is this? Getting numbers wrong. 14 becomes 4. Whoa, that's not, no, that's not right. That's not right. that's not right. Wait a minute. From out here all the way into the edge of the heatsink, well, 15. That is actually what it becomes. Wow, okay. Well, that's close. Let's see what that affects. Yeah, that's a bit of a cut. That's even cutting into here. That's probably why the whole thing didn't really fit all that well. Well, you reap what you sow, I guess. What do you guys think? Do we ship it like this? It's a little weird. It's odd that that screw is like almost hitting the heatsink. Hold on, let me take a look at this again. Do another quick comparison. Yeah, if I give it the 1 millimeter on every side standoff, that is going to cut into that side, but it will also get it the appropriate distance so it doesn't press up against everything. The screws will go through and hit it, kind of. So I may need to find different screws. Hey, Copper, what's up? Or I can cut the heatsink. But that means fewer heatsink vanes. Want that? Nobody wants that. Nobody wants that kind of fate. Okay, well, that's a hell of a modification. One hell of a modification. I guess I'm gonna have to live with it. I'm gonna have to find or shave down the screws so that they don't interfere with the heatsink. I'm trying to give it a little bit of space to breathe, and I've given it 1 millimeter on each side. So it kind of threw stuff into disarray. Ugh. Moving pain. Just got a few hours to chill. Oh, man. Moving again. Oh, my God. Oh, my God. The view is ridiculous. It's hard to see. Okay. Yeah, the 1 millimeter cut for the pad for the heatsink is a challenge. That's why I wanted to lower the heatsink size in order to, you know, cut off an entire fin again. And then it would fit more naturally and have a little bit of headroom. But cutting that heatsink is an ordeal because I need to fill the vanes with like a putty. Drill a counter bore for the screw. How do you mean? Not sure what you mean. No, so the screw, what I'm talking about is the screws at the length that they're in. The length that the screws are right now, they stick out of these holes just a little bit. So I can very easily shave these screws down on a file. That's not a big deal. The lower size from this is too short to go through all these layers, I think. Yeah, so all right, so I've got a little bit of work to do. I got to modify some screws. It's not a big deal. They'll still have 1 millimeter to go through the plastic, which will be okay. In the process of moving for the past month and a half. Ugh. Most was packing and trying to find a home. Moved into new home. Still have to get stuff from house to house so we can give the keys back. Oh, man. The coolest part about moving is that you will now have a space that you can cater to your own needs that will be clean. It's the best way to clean is moving. Yeah, the cap head is not the issue. It's just the distance that the screws are going to take up when they go through here. And the variety pack didn't have a screw that was exactly, what is it, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 millimeters long. It goes from like 4 to 7. So 4 millimeter isn't going to do it. That gets all the way up to that surface right there. Because I did 2 millimeters on this thing. Now I could alter that, but having nice big even numbers is nice. 1 millimeter doesn't cut it because I need 1 millimeter for the cap head. Yeah, because that's where I could have made up the distance on the fan holder. Where's that? I could have sub-millimetered or made some of these 1 millimeter. Like this could be 1.2 and this could be like 0.8. And then I'd actually be able to fit both layers and the fans without a 2 millimeter overhang. But yeah, they're Noctua fans that I've already got. They're little ones though. They're 40 millimeter ones. Just because of the way the custom power supply is shaped, that's all I'm really gonna fit in here. Now if I could have really saved myself a lot of anguish here. And I could have raised the height of this, and I didn't know I was going to do this. I could have raised the height of this so that it fit 60 millimeter fans over here, and I could have put like 4. I could have put way fewer 60 millimeter fans. It would have been louder at full tilt, but it would have been able to move a lot of air. I didn't do that. I decided to go with what I'd already bought, 40 millimeter fans. I keep going back and forth between the two. Now that we're not hastily modifying this, I went with the smaller fans that are hopefully going to move a pretty decent volume of air quietly, all in conjunction with one another. I think this will be pretty good. I just hope it's able to cool the thing enough. I hope it's able to cool the thing enough. That is so much material between the fans and the outside of the case. It's fine. It's fine. I'm gonna live with it. All right. Guys, I got a lot of 3D printing to do. We're at about stopping time here. I had a pretty good stream. You guys were a little weird, but we handled it. We handled it. I have a big pile of 3D printed parts, hexagonal grid, purple 3D printer filament, screws, cutting tools, Makerbeam, and there's a thunderstorm over my head right now. I just got a big thunderclap from outside. That was like the real clap of the ass, giving away the position. I need to buy one more 12-volt Noctua, maybe two. In the future, if I can be convinced, I might put another fan right here, because this area right here can tend to get kind of warm. Maybe it's from here. Storming bigly yesterday and last night. Everything's been coming from like the southwest and going like up and across lately. It'd be kind of interesting if a Canadian storm like made a beeline straight down. Side panel, holes in the base, fan under there, print, get the fans installed, make a Y cable, wire everything up, extend the wire lengths on these things, save this for later, and then I think it's a computer, and then I think I can hook it up with you guys and actually get it to run. So tomorrow, I'm gonna try to get as much of this done as I can within the realm of my own sanity, right? So I'm gonna mark off where things are very carefully, drill the holes in the base plate without you guys over my shoulder while these things print. Hopefully I'll have good stuff to show for that. Thank you for joining me. Do we got things going on around Twitch? Is anything special happening? Or should I just like pack it up, pack it in, let me begin? Tom's back. Tom's back with Borb. GDQ is going on? Oh, that's pretty cool. Yeah, all right, you guys check out Tom or whatever. I'm not gonna raid. I'll just leave it alone. But yeah, Tom and Borb are back, and all the crew, which is really cool to see. I'm glad he's back and doing, back in the seat, doing what he loves. From there, I don't know, you guys can find a stream that you like. Yeah, I might check out GDQ, I'm not sure. But I will be sitting at this computer because broadly gestures at everything. And I will see you guys on Thursday, and hopefully I will be leaps and bounds away from where I am right now in terms of what we've gotten done. So yeah, see you guys then. Have a good one. You are now a subject of the void.